subscribe and click the bell icon to turn on notifications.
We've made the accompanying exercise files for this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone and welcome to this training course for Word 2019 Advanced. My name's Deborah Ashby and I'm an IT trainer specialising in the design, delivery and facilitation of Microsoft courses, both online and in the classroom. And I've been in and around the IT industry for about 25 years now, and I've been an IT trainer since 2007. Now, I started my career on an IT help desk, helping people fix their documents and spreadsheets before transitioning into training. And a large part of my career has been spent working as a trainer in law firms. And as anyone who works in the legal industry will know, it is a very document-heavy environment. So I found myself using Word to a really high level every single day. So over the course of the years that I worked in this industry, I really got to understand how Word works, how it's used in the real world, how to troubleshoot long, complex documents, and I also picked up lots of tips and tricks to make producing documents much more efficient. Now, this training course is predominantly designed for people using Word 2019, either the standalone desktop version or the latest version available through Microsoft 365. I will say, however, there is a lot of crossover with older versions. So if you're using Word 2016 or maybe even Word 2013, you should still be able to follow through this training course without too many issues. But just be aware that there are some features available in Word 2019 that aren't available in those older versions. Now, this is an advanced Word training course, so I'm going to make a few assumptions. I'm going to assume that you have a working copy of Word 2019 on your PC or laptop. I'm also going to assume that you have a good understanding of basic Word functionality, either gained through everyday use or maybe from completing a Word for Beginners training course. And finally, I'm going to assume that you know the basic terminology used in Word. So terms such as ribbon, tab, group, right-click, dialog box, things like that. Now, this course is divided up into sections, and each section is related to a particular topic in Word. And what you'll find within that section is a number of different modules or lessons. And each module contains one demo video that's usually between 5 and 15 minutes long. You'll find all of the files that I use in these demo videos in the course files folder, so you can download those and follow along if you want to. And then at the end of each section, there is a practice exercise that will allow you to practice the skills that you've learned in the section. So with all that said, and without further ado, let's dive into our first module, where I'm going to run through with you where you can go to access help at any point during this course. Once again, my name is Deb. I'm really excited to get into this course with you. So all that's left to do is grab a drink and prepare to immerse yourself in the wonderful world of Word 2019. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is Deb and it's my absolute pleasure to be guiding you through this course. And currently we are in section 1, which is the introductory section. And I just want to start out by running through with you where you can go within Word to get help at any point during this course. Now, Word has some really good features when it comes to accessing help. So it might be that you need help on a specific command or task, or maybe you just want to access some resources and read up about something a little bit more. So in this module, we're just going to run through a few of the options that you have. So on the screen here, I just have a document that I've created, and you'll see that this just has some junk text in it, which doesn't really make too much sense. But that's fine in this case, because we're not actually going to be doing anything with this text. We just need to have a document open so we can explore the help options. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you may see up here on our ribbons, we have an entire ribbon dedicated to help. Now, if this ribbon isn't turned on or you can't see it in your copy of Word, it might be that you need to go into the backstage area and just enable that ribbon. So let me quickly show you how to do that if you can't see this help tab. So we're going to go across to the File tab and all the way down into our Word options. And this is where you'll basically find all of those little options that control Word and define how your copy of Word is set up. Now, when you're looking to enable or disable any ribbons, you'll find these options under the Customize Ribbons section. And in this pane on the right-hand side, this is where you'll see all of your ribbons laid out. And you'll see right at the bottom, I have the Help ribbon ticked. So if you can't see this ribbon, it's probably because you don't have a tick in this box and so it's not displaying. So just make sure you do pop a tick in there, click on OK, and you should find you can then see your Help ribbon. Now in this Help ribbon, we just have one group, and the first option here is just plain old Help. And as you can see, we can also press the F1 key on our keyboard as a shortcut to the Help screen. So let's click on it. And what you'll see is that you get a Help pane open up at the side. Now this pane is somewhat customizable, so if it's a bit too wide for you or even a bit narrow, if you hover your mouse over the boundary, you'll see I get that double-headed arrow and I can drag in or I can drag out. And all of the help is categorized into different groups. So for example, if I click on Get Started at the top, you can see I get a helpful little video about some of the basics of Word. So this one is related to creating a document. If I scroll down, you'll see I also get written out instruction as well. And it goes through some of those basic things that you need to know in Word. So really very useful. If you want to go back to that main menu, you have a back arrow, which I'm going to click, and you can then dive in and have a browse through some of these other sections. So this one, for example, has numerous different subcategories. So if I wanted to know how to create a bulleted or numbered list, I can click on this. Again, I get a little video and also some written instruction. So quite a few items in there for you to have a browse through if you're looking for something in particular. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll also see that you have a list down here of top tasks. So these are popular help items that, again, you might want to have a read through. So for example, if I wanted to know how to add a watermark, I'm going to come into here. Again, I get my little video that I can play, and then I have some more links at the bottom for related tasks. And if you ever just want to get back to that main home screen, you can click on the little icon here that looks like a house, and that's going to take you back to that main menu. And of course, just above, you also have a search. So if you know specifically what you're looking for, so maybe I want to insert a table, I can type that in. I can see it comes up from the list. And there we go. Once I select it, it then pulls back all of the relevant topics to my search term. I can then click on that link, and once again, I'm taken through to a video and written instruction. So a fairly comprehensive help file that's available for you to access at any time simply by pressing the F1 shortcut key. Now, the other things that you have within this help group, you have a contact support button. So as we hover over, the ScreenTips says, get help from an office support agent. So if we click on this, it's again going to open up a pane on the right-hand side. And you can see I'm getting a message saying they're sorry, but they're currently unable to provide phone support. But you could, if you wanted to, type in a message into here and send that off to Microsoft. Now, how quickly you'll get a reply on that, I do not know, but that option is there if you need it. You can also provide feedback on anything in Word. So you can let Microsoft know if you particularly like something, or if you don't like something, or even if you have some kind of suggestion. And I will say that I do know that these are collated by Microsoft, and a lot of the suggestions from their customers are integrated into newer versions. So if you do have something that you want to tell them, then that feedback button is there. We also have a show training option. So let's take a look at this. And this is basically going to show you some online training and learning content. So again, it really depends what it is that you're interested in. So maybe I was looking for some help on formatting text. I can click on this section just here. And again, it's going to take me into those help files. So this is really another way of getting to those help files. And then finally, we have a What's New button. And this is quite a useful little button because Microsoft are always changing things in these applications. Some are very minor updates, some are quite major, but sometimes I like to jump in here, click on what's new, just so I can see anything new that's been added since the last time that I checked. So whilst there's nothing new right now, I can see what the last feature that was released was, and that was the ability to be able to type hands-free using a microphone. So it's always worth keeping your eye on this area so you can keep up to date with any changes and new features. So that is your help ribbon. Now, another way to obtain help, which essentially is going to jump you into the same help file, is you have this little box at the top that says search. And if I hover over, you'll see that the actual name for this box is Tell Me. And in older versions, it used to be called Tell Me What You Want to Do, but I think in this version, they've definitely shortened that down. And you can see that this also has a keyboard shortcut of Alt plus Q. Now what we do with this is we can start to type in a search term and it will go away and search the help files for us. So if I wanted some help on themes, I can type themes into the top there. And what it's going to give me is it's going to show me where themes is located. So instead of hunting around the ribbons to try and find where I would change my document theme, it's actually taken me straight to it in this little shootout menu at the side. So I could come in here and I could just change my theme. Alternatively, if I didn't particularly want to apply a theme at this stage, maybe I was just looking for some help, you'll see underneath it says Get Help On, and then it says that there are 10 results for themes. So again, if I click on this, it's going to pop open that help pane and jump me to the section in help that relates to themes. And I can then go through, click on my different sections to try and find what it is that I'm looking for. So that Tell Me box at the top can be really useful when it comes to navigating or trying to find where different commands are located on the ribbons, and also for quickly accessing help. So that is it on help. Those are all the resources that you have. They are fairly comprehensive, and I do find myself diving in and out of them reasonably often when I'm not sure how to do something, or if I just want to read a more in-depth explanation about a task, tool, or command. That's it for this module. In the next module, we're going to be doing an exercise to practice some of the things that we've been over in the introductory section. And then we're going to move on to section 2 where the real work starts. So I'm going to jump over to the exercise now, and I look forward to seeing you there.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is Deb, and we are down into our first exercise, exercise 1. And in this exercise, and all of the exercises hereafter, we're just going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section. Now, this is the introductory section, but there are a couple of things I'd like you to practice before moving on to section 2. So the first part of this exercise is very straightforward. I just want you to make sure that you have Word open with a blank document on the screen, as I have here. And I'd like you to check the version of Word that you're using. In the second part of the exercise, I'd like you to search through the help files for keyboard shortcuts. I want you to find the keyboard shortcut for closing a document, and then I'd like you to use that keyboard shortcut to close the open blank document that you have on the screen. So if you want to practice that, then you can pause this video now. If you've already completed this exercise and you want to see my answer, then carry on playing the video. So let's take a look at the answer to this exercise. The first thing I asked you to do was to check the version of Word that you're using. So to do that, we go up to the File tab and we go down to the Account section. And this is where you'll find that information. And you can see here that I'm using Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2019. Let's click on Back. The second part of the exercise, I asked you to do a search through the help files for keyboard shortcuts. So I'm going to jump up to my search box at the top here, and I'm going to do a search for keyboard shortcuts. And what you'll see is below I have 10 help results for keyboard shortcuts. So let's click. And the top link here is keyboard shortcuts in Word. Now I asked you to search for the keyboard shortcut that will close a document. So if you scroll down through keyboard shortcuts and down to frequently used shortcuts, you'll see in here you have an option to close the document, which is Ctrl+W. So now we know what that keyboard shortcut is. I'm just going to use that to close this document, Ctrl+W. And that is it. I hope you got on okay with that exercise, and I will see you in the next section. Hello everyone, this is Deb and welcome back to our course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're now down into section 2, and in this section we're going to be covering some essential skills that you should have when you're working in Word 2019. Now I know that this is an advanced course and we will be working through some of the advanced features of Word, but it's really important that we just solidify the skills that we have in Word, make sure that we know those essentials, those basics, in order to give ourselves a good foundation in which to progress on from. And what I hope to show you in this particular section is some of the things that you need to have turned on, some of the things that you need to know how to access or implement in Word in order to be able to achieve some of those more advanced skills. And even if you are aware of some of these things that I'm going to show you in this section, hopefully you'll pick up some extra tips and tricks which will help you work in Word more efficiently. Because that's what we're really aiming for here. We all work in a very time-pressed environment, at least most of us do, where we want to be able to use Word in the most efficient way possible in order to get our tasks done. And that really leads on to what I want to start out in this module with, and that is talking a little bit about the ribbon, ScreenTips, and those all-important keyboard shortcuts. So let's start out with the latter. Let's talk about keyboard shortcuts. Now, keyboard shortcuts are a great way to increase your efficiency when you're working in Word, whether you're just trying to open files, move around a document, or invoke certain commands or dialog boxes. They're just a quick way of doing that so that your hands don't have to leave the keyboard. And you might think, well, I don't mind using my mouse, and that is entirely up to you. If you're really comfortable using your mouse to do things, then that's absolutely fine. But you probably would be surprised how much quicker it is if you're already typing, if you already have your hands on the keyboard. It's a lot easier just to invoke a quick keyboard shortcut as opposed to moving your hands to your mouse and then trying to carry out whatever task you're trying to do. So we're going to start out by looking at some of those key keyboard shortcuts. Now, there are so many keyboard shortcuts in Word, and if you're anything like me, you won't memorize them all. There are hundreds of them, but you will pick up a few along the way, which you'll find yourself using all the time. So let's start out by taking a look at a few of them, and then I'm going to show you where you can access the entire list, which you can then print off if you want to, and utilize the ones you need. So currently on the screen, I just have Word open. I don't currently have a document open. So let's start out by doing that. If I press the keyboard shortcut Control-N, that's going to give me a new blank document. If I wanted to open an existing document, Control-O is going to take me into that open screen in the backstage area, and I can then go in and choose to open one of my recent documents. Alternatively, I can browse for a document to open. Now, I'm not going to do that. I'm happy with my blank document. So if I want to go back to my blank document, I can click the back arrow up here. Alternatively, the shortcut for that is the Escape key. So I've got my blank document, and let's just get some text in here. Now, I'm not too concerned about what this text is at this stage, but this is another useful little tip. If you ever want some junk text, just some random text in a document, sometimes if you want to maybe play around with layouts or try out some things, you don't really want to do it on an actual document, it's quite nice just to be able to quickly get some lines of text in your document so that you can do that. So a quick tip is you can type in equals rand, which stands for random, open a bracket, and then define how many paragraphs you want and how many lines within that paragraph. So I'm going to say I want 40 paragraphs of 6 lines each. Close my bracket, looks very much like an Excel command. Hit enter, and that is exactly what I get. Now you can see it's jumped me all the way down to the bottom of my document. So if I want to jump back up to the top, a keyboard shortcut I can use is Control Home to get me all the way back up there. And you can probably guess what's coming next. Control End key is going to jump me to the bottom. So this is essentially random text that I have in my document. I'm going to show you another way to enter random text. So what I want to do is I want to essentially undo what I've just done. So we have a keyboard shortcut for that, and it is Control Z. And I'm going to Control Z again and again to get rid of that little piece of code. So the other way I can enter random text is type in equals lorem and then do exactly the same thing. This time I'm going to have 20 paragraphs of 10 lines each. Hit enter and I get that lorem ipsum test text. Control Home to jump me up to the top of the document. Now, when it comes to navigating efficiently around your document, again, there are a few different keyboard shortcuts that you can use. Now, you're probably already aware that you can use your left, right, up and down arrows to move across one character. But if you just add in the Control key, so I'm going to do Control key and right arrow, that's going to jump me to each new word. And I can use the left arrow to go back again. If I do Control Shift right arrow, it's going to highlight those words as I go across. Left arrow, it's going to unhighlight them or deselect them. And if I hold down Control and do my down arrow, that's going to jump me to the next paragraph, and the up arrow will jump me to the paragraph above. Now, when it comes to making selections, again, there's a few important keyboard shortcuts that you should know. We've just seen one of them. We can select an entire word simply by doing Control, Shift, right arrow, and I can carry on doing that to select each word. And if I want to select the entire line, I just need to do Shift and End to select that line. I could then move down by doing Shift down arrow to carry on selecting lines like so. And of course, Shift up arrow does the opposite. If I do Shift Home, it's going to deselect. And of course, a really important keyboard shortcut, if you just want to select everything in your document, Control A will select all. So some really important keyboard shortcuts there. By no means all of them, but some ones that I personally use frequently. Let's now jump into our document and add a quick title. So we're just going to call this Lorem Ipsum. Now, I want to make this title stand out a little bit, so of course we have keyboard shortcuts for some of our font formatting as well. So I'm clicked at the end of the title at the moment, so if I do Control Shift Home, it's going to select the entire title. And then if I want to make that bold, Control B is going to give me bold. Control I is going to make that italic. And if I wanted to apply an underline as well, Control U is going to give me an underline. Now, if I decided at this stage I wanted to do some more advanced font formatting, I might want to jump into the font formatting dialog box. And again, there is a quick way to do that. If we do Control D, that's going to jump us straight into that font formatting dialog box. So it might be that I want to come in here and maybe change the underline style to double underline, click on OK, and there we go. And if at this stage I want to do something like increase the font size, if I hold down Control, Shift, and then use my angle bracket, or what you might know as the greater than sign on your keyboard, I can increase my font size. And if I use the other angle bracket or the less than symbol on the keyboard, and that will take that font size back down again. Now at this stage, I'm currently working in an unsaved document. So you can see at the top in the title bar, it says document 4, which tells me that I haven't yet saved this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this to a folder that I have on my PC. And a quick way to jump into that save as dialog box is to press the F12 key, and that's going to pop up my local folders. So I'm just going to select a folder to save this into, and we're going to select the section 2 folder. I'm happy with the name loremipsum.docx, and I'm going to click Save. And there we go. We now have a saved document. Now, as I said, those are just a few of the keyboard shortcuts that are available in Word. But if you do want to see a full list of them, you can do that very simply from within Word. So right at the top here where we have this search bar, if we click in here and type in keyboard shortcuts, you can see just here we have 10 results in the help section within Word. So if I click on this, it's going to open up a pane on the right hand side, which is essentially going to jump me into Word's help facility. And you'll see here all of the matches that we have for keyboard shortcuts. So lots of information in here. But if you purely just want a list so you can see all of the keyboard shortcuts available, it's this top link that you're going to want, keyboard shortcuts in Word. And here we go. Now this is a pane that you can pop out. If I just grab the top and just drag it, I can then make this as big as I want to make it easier for me to read. And it's going to go through all of the different keyboard shortcuts organized into helpful topics. So you can see here at the top, it says frequently used shortcuts. If I click on this, it's going to show me all of those keyboard shortcuts available to open a document, create a new document, save, so on and so forth. So this might be something that you want to print out, or it just might be something that you want to refer to from time to time, but really useful to know where to access that information. Now it's also worth noting that you can customize keyboard shortcuts. So if you want to essentially assign your own shortcuts to certain things in Word, then you can definitely do that as well. If we jump up to the File menu, and we're in the Backstage now, so we're going to go down to Options right at the bottom, and you'll find your keyboard shortcut customization options underneath Customize ribbon. And right at the bottom here where it says Keyboard Shortcuts, we have a Customize button. And we can now go in and look through the different categories and the different commands and set up our own keyboard shortcuts. So what you'll see is that for some of these, there are already keyboard shortcuts. So for example, if I click on File Open, you can see that we have these two current keyboard shortcuts assigned. Now I could go in and change that or add another one if I wanted to, but just be aware of this when you are setting your keyboard shortcuts. So let's quickly add in a new keyboard shortcut. I'm going to scroll down and let's say for File Close. Now I'm going to add a new keyboard shortcut, and this is going to be Control-Shift-Y. Now I can see underneath that this isn't currently assigned to anything, and that is exactly what I'm looking for. What you need to be careful of is using shortcut keys that are already assigned to other things. So you want to make sure it says unassigned under here. And when you're happy with it, you can click on Assign and Close and click on OK. And now let's test to see if this works. I'm going to close this document down, Control-Shift-Y, and there we go. If I want to reopen the document, I can do Control-O, and there it is at the top of my list. Now, Word is also quite helpful. It does show you what the keyboard shortcuts are for each command when you hover over them. And we're now moving into talking about screen tips, and that is exactly where we're going to pick up in the next module, so please join me for that. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down in section 2 where we're just recapping some of those Word essential skills to give us a good foundation from which to build from. And in the previous module, I ran you through some of those essential keyboard shortcuts and also showed you where you can find a big long list of all of the keyboard shortcuts available in Word to help you become more efficient. And we finished up that module by talking about screen tips, and that's really what I want to concentrate on in this particular module. Now, screen tips, if you're not sure what I mean when I say that word, you've probably come across them in your everyday usage, but maybe just not have known what they're called. And all a screen tip is essentially is when you hover over any of the commands on the ribbon, so for example, if I hover over Format Painter, you'll see that I get that little informational box pop up there. So it's essentially giving me some really useful information about what that command does, but it's also showing me the keyboard shortcuts available for that command. Now it's worth noting that not every single command on the ribbon will have a keyboard shortcut, but the majority of them do. So again, if I hover over bullets, I can see there, it's telling me that I can use this button to create a bulleted list. If I hover over bold, it tells me what that command does and also shows me that keyboard shortcut. So this is a really useful little option. If you want to know what the keyboard shortcut is of a particular command, you can utilize that screen tip. Now again, you will notice that you don't have a keyboard shortcut listed in all of the screen tips. So again, if I hover over the numbering command, you can see there it tells me what that command does, but it's not showing me the keyboard shortcut. So just bear that in mind when you're hovering over. Now, if you're somebody who maybe doesn't like having those screen tips pop up, sometimes they can be a little bit annoying, or maybe you just want to customize the style of the screen tip, then you can definitely do that as well. And as you've probably guessed, we can do that from File and Options. So you'll find your screen tip options underneath the general area. And if we take a look under user interface options, this first section just here, at the bottom we have screen tip style. So this is where you can come in and you have three options when it comes to customizing those screen tips. So you can select to show feature descriptions in screen tips. So that's the description of what that command does. You can say don't show feature descriptions in screen tips. So that will remove it. And you can select to not show screen tips at all. So if I was to select don't show screen tips and click on OK, you'll now see that when I hover over something like Format Painter, I'm not getting that screen tip pop up. Now, I actually do like to have my screen tips turned on, so I'm going to go back here and I'm going to say show feature descriptions in screen tips. Now, another thing you can customize when it comes to screen tips is whether or not that shortcut key is shown in the screen tip. Now, again, I find this really useful, but if for some reason you don't want to have that showing, if you jump across to the advanced area, and we're going to scroll all the way down to display, you can see here there is an option which I currently have ticked that says show shortcut keys in screen tips. So again, if you didn't want to do that, you could untick that box, click on OK, and now when I hover over Format Painter, I just have the description, but I don't have the screen tips. And you'll see the same if I hover over Bold, just the description, no screen tips in there. Now, it's also worth noting that you can create your own screen tips, and this is particularly useful when you're using things like hyperlinks and bookmarks. And I'm going to show you exactly how you can add information into your document in the form of a screen tip to help people who are accessing that document know exactly what to do a bit later on in this course when we talk about bookmarks and hyperlinks. But for now, that is it on screen tips. In the next module, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the ribbons, so please join me for that. Hi everyone, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is still Deb, and we are in section 2, where we've been taking a look at those essential skills that you need when you're working in Word. And in the past couple of modules, we've taken a look at keyboard shortcuts and also how to utilize and customize screen tips. In this third module of this section, what I want to focus on is a little bit more about the ribbon. Now, if you've been using Word for quite a few years, then I'm sure you're aware of this ribbon structure that we now have. This is something which came in around 2010, where we switched from the menu drop-downs to our commands running horizontally across the screen on what we call ribbons. So in this module, I just want to go into a few options that you have when it comes to managing and using your ribbons. So the first thing you need to be aware of is that we have our ribbon tabs running across the top. So Home, Insert, Draw, Design, Layout, so on and so forth. We also have a File tab, which isn't essentially a ribbon as it doesn't have that horizontal organization, but this is where you'll find all of what we call our backstage options. And these are the more admin tasks surrounding your document. So things like new document, opening, saving, printing, share options, and of course also your overall Word options. Now on each tab, you'll find that you have commands organized into groups. So if we take the Home tab as an example, you can see the group names listed at the bottom. So we have Clipboard, Font, Paragraph, Styles, Editing, and Voice. And these are obviously different on each tab depending on the commands contained within the group. And these essentially just group together all commands that are similar to each other. So for example, in the Clipboard group, I have Cut, Copy, Format Painter, and all of my paste options. In the font group, I have all of the commands available when it comes to formatting my font. So things like changing the font style, the size, the color, and also things like bold, italic, and underline. So these are your different groups, and within them we have related commands. Something else you need to be aware of are galleries. Now you'll see these for certain items on the ribbon, and it just so happens that we have one on the home ribbon, and that is this styles gallery. So in the styles group, you can see here I have a selection of styles that I can apply to different pieces of text. But if I click the drop down, it's going to open up that gallery and it's going to show me all of the options. So you'll see this sometimes, instead of having an actual command button, you'll have some kind of drop down, which is going to allow you to go into a gallery to make your selection. Something else that you'll also find on some of these groups is a dialog box launcher. And that is this little arrow that you see here in the corner of each of these groups. Now it's also worth noting that you don't have a dialog box launcher in every single group. So you can see at the end here with editing and voice, I don't have that little arrow. But if you do have a little box like this, it's going to take you into more options for that specific group. So for this one, paragraph, I now have some other options available that I can select which aren't listed as commands within the group on the ribbon. So these are always good to go into if you're looking for more advanced features or just more commands. Now I'm using Word 2019 on a high resolution laptop, and you can see the way that my ribbons, my groups, and my commands are organized. It's worth noting that if you have a lower resolution laptop or PC, you may find that your commands and groups look slightly different to mine. Now, the only way I can recreate this is actually to minimize my screen. So if I just minimize this down, I'm just going to drag it in very slightly so you can see what happens. So if I was using a lower resolution, you can see that now some of my options are grouped together. So now I have an editing group, and if I click the drop down, underneath I have find, replace, select, so on and so forth. If I maximize out, you'll see that at my resolution, I have those actually listed out on the ribbon as opposed to just grouped underneath an editing button. So just be aware of that. If you're following through this course and you're thinking, well, I don't see exactly what you're seeing, it might be related to your screen resolution. It's nothing to worry about, but just something to note as we work through the different modules. Now, when it comes to these ribbons as well, you don't always have to have them displayed if you don't want to. You'll notice that the ribbons do take up quite a bit of screen real estate, as I call it. And if you want to give yourself more room when you're working on a document, you can definitely collapse up these ribbons. So in the top right-hand corner, you'll see here I'm hovering my mouse over it. We have some ribbon display options. So if I click that, I have the option to auto hide the ribbon, to show just the tabs, or to show tabs and commands. So if I say auto hide ribbon, you can see it gets rid of that ribbon, and I now have more space in which to work on my document. If I want to get those ribbons back, I can just move my mouse to the top of the screen until I get that blue bar and click, and it will pull that ribbon down. But what you'll see is that the ribbon isn't actually locked to the top of the screen when I'm utilizing this mode. As soon as I click back on the document, that ribbon is going to disappear again. Now that might be something that you find quite useful, or it might not. Let's jump back into our ribbon options. And I'm going to select the Show Tabs option. So this is, as you would expect, it's got rid of all of the commands, the actual ribbons, but it's still showing me the tabs. So if I want to quickly access something, so maybe I want to make this entire paragraph bold, I can jump up to home, it's going to display the ribbon, I can select my option, and then when I click back on the document, it's just going to go back to showing me those tabs. Now the third option we have is to show tabs and commands. Now this is the default in general for me. I like to have all of my tabs and all of my commands showing, but again, this is entirely personal preference and really dependent. You can switch it up depending on what document you're working on. Another way to quickly collapse up that ribbon is by utilizing this little up arrow on the right hand side. And you can see there it says collapse the ribbon. I can just click that button and it collapses it. I can then go to my ribbon options, say show tabs and commands, and it brings it back. You'll also notice as I hover over, there is a shortcut key to collapse the ribbon quickly, which is Control F1. So if I press Control F1, you can see there we go. Control F1 again brings that ribbon back. Now, another thing you need to be made aware of when it comes to working in Word with the ribbons are contextual ribbons. Now, these are ribbons which you can't see until you need them. So let me show you a very quick example. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put into here, I'm going to take off italics first of all. I'm quickly going to insert a table. So I'm going to jump up to insert, I'm going to select table, and I'm just going to do a very quick table of 3 columns by 2 rows. Now what you'll see is that once I'm clicked in that table, I now have 2 additional ribbons appear at the top. I have a table design ribbon, which is showing me all of my options with regards to customizing my table's design. And I have a layout ribbon. Again, this is all related to the layout of my table. If I was to click outside of the table, so if I click somewhere else in the document, you'll see that both of those ribbons disappear. And this is why we call them contextual ribbons. They only appear when they're needed. And you'll see this throughout your usage of Word. If you insert a picture, if you insert a shape, if you insert a chart, once you're clicked in the picture or in the chart, you will find that you will have contextual ribbons appear. So a really important thing to be made aware of when you're working with your ribbons in Word. Now I'm going to do a Control Z just to undo all of that and take my document back to how it was. Now another thing you can utilize when working with ribbons, and this kind of ties back to the keyboard shortcuts, is that if you press the Alt key on your keyboard, what you'll see is you get all of these different shortcuts, which essentially allows you to navigate through your ribbons using your keyboard as opposed to your mouse. So this is quite good for people who either prefer to work predominantly with the keyboard, or maybe if you have some kind of wrist injury which prevents you from working efficiently with your mouse, this might be a good option for you. So again, for example, if I wanted to jump to the Insert ribbon, you can see that the letter underneath is N. So if I press N, it takes me to the Insert ribbon and I get a whole new set of shortcuts that I can utilize. So if I wanted to access the inbuilt icons in Word, I can see that the shortcut key there is NS. So if I press NS, it's going to take me into my icon library. So a really nice way of being able to navigate through your ribbons and commands utilizing just the keyboard. And of course, if you want to come out of here, you can press the Alt key again. Or alternatively, if you press Escape, that will take you out as well. And the final thing I want to mention in this particular module related to the ribbons is that you can, of course, customize the way that your ribbons look. So again, if we jump up to File and go all the way down to Options, there is a section in here for Customize Ribbon. And what you'll see in here is on the left-hand side, you have all of your main tabs. So we can see things like Home, Insert, Draw, Design, so on and so forth. And if it has a tick next to it, it means that it's going to display it on your ribbon. Now, this is a good point to note. Most of the time, you'll find that the developer ribbon is not selected by default, and that's because it is one of the lesser used ribbons. Now, we are going to be using the developer ribbon in this course. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a check in the developer ribbon, click on OK, and you can see that I now have a tab added at the top, which is showing me the developer ribbon and all of the commands. Now, of course, you could go into Options again and go down to Customize Ribbon, and you can turn any of these ribbons off and on if you want to. You could even, if you wanted to, create your own ribbon and assign to that ribbon maybe commands that you use most frequently. So I'll show you very quickly how you can do that. Just be aware that if you're using your copy of Word through your organization, this might be something that is locked down. I know a lot of companies these days don't allow their staff to create their own ribbons. So if you come into here and you find that you have New Tab and New Group grayed out, then it might be that your company has locked that specific functionality down. But if you do have access to these, what we can do is we can create a new tab. And you can see at the bottom it says New Tab Custom. I'm going to rename this and I'm just going to call this Deb's Ribbon. Click on OK. And I can now go in and create my groups. So remember, all of your commands are in groups. So I'm going to select New Group Custom, which has been created by default. I'm going to rename this. And I can choose to give it a little icon if I want to. I'm not going to. I'm just going to call this group formatting, click on OK. And what I could now do is go through and add what commands I want to this formatting group. So let's look through our list of popular commands on the right hand side. I'm going to add some bullets like so, and you can see when I click add, it appears under my new group that I've created. I'm going to add font and also font color. Let's also add a line left at the top. So now I have 4 commands within my formatting group on my Debs ribbon. So let's click on OK. And there we go. You'll now see added at the top, I have Debs ribbon. I have my group called formatting, and I have those commands that I've added. So if you do have access to this, it's actually quite cool to be able to create your own ribbons, maybe with all the commands on it that you use most frequently. And of course, if you want to get rid of that ribbon, if we go back into options and into customize ribbon, I can deselect it, which will turn it off, but it's still there. Or alternatively, I can select it and I can say remove, and that gets rid of the ribbon entirely. So that is pretty much it. Just a few key features that I wanted to make you aware of when it comes to working with your ribbon. That's it for this module. I will see you in the next one. Hi guys, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is still Deb, and we are in section 2, where we've been taking a look at some of the essential skills you need to know in Word. Now, so far we've covered off keyboard shortcuts, screen tips, and we've taken a look at some options you have when it comes to working with the ribbons. In this module, I just want to talk to you about something that is very small but very important in Word, and that is working with the rulers. Now, rulers are really important when you're working in Word documents. They enable you to see your margins. They also enable you to set things like tabs so that you can align items in your document correctly. They're also a big help if you're trying to do things like center objects on a page or line up text. So I always like to have my rulers turned on by default. Now, in this example, I've turned my rulers off just so I can show you how you turn them on. So currently I have my document with my lorem ipsum text in it, but I don't have any vertical or horizontal rulers showing. Now, in order to display your rulers, it is very simple, but you do need to make sure that you are first in print layout view. So if we jump up to the view ribbon, you can see here in the views group, I have print layout selected. So just make sure you're in that view. And then also on this ribbon, there is a group called show. And in there, we have an option for ruler. And as I hover over, you'll see that useful screen tip that says it shows rulers next to your document. You can see and set tab stops, move table borders, and line up objects in the document. And you can also measure stuff. So really useful little things to have turned on. So I'm going to click in the checkbox and just turn those rulers on. So you'll now see I have my horizontal ruler running across the top of the page and my vertical ruler running down the side of the page. Now, one question I always get asked when it comes to rulers is how can you change the measurement of the ruler? Now, currently my ruler is showing in inches, but if you want to work in a different measurement, so maybe centimeters or pixels, then you can definitely jump into options and change that. So if I want to change my ruler to centimeters, I'm going to go up to the File tab. I'm going to jump down to my options, and I'm going to go straight into my advanced section. Now, what you're looking for in here is you want to scroll down until you get to the display area. And it's this option that you're looking for, show measurements in units of. And you can see that mine is currently set to inches. But if I wanted to, I can click the drop down, and underneath there I have centimeters, millimeters, points, and picas. Now, picas is a typographic unit of measurement, and 1 pica is roughly equal to 1/6 of an inch, in case you're interested. Now, I'm not going to use picas, but I am going to change this to centimeters. Click on OK, and you'll see now that my ruler has changed to show in centimeters as opposed to inches. So if you haven't done already, please jump into that view ribbon, make sure that you have your rulers turned on, and make sure that you have the measurements set to something that you find meaningful and can work with. That's it on rulers. I will see you in the next module. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is still Deb and we are still in section 2 where we're taking a look at some of those essential skills that you need in Word. Now in this module I want to move on a little bit and start to talk to you a little bit about finding and replacing formatting. Now you may have used find and replace previously in Word, but it's not just for replacing text. You can also use find and replace to locate specific types of formatting throughout your document and even replace that formatting with something else entirely. Now just before we get on to that, I just want to briefly remind you of how we utilize the find and replace feature. So what you see on the screen here is I have a Word document open and it's called Staff List. And this is a very small, very basic little table that just lists some staff members, their job title, the department they work in, and where they're located. Now, this is a very small table. It would probably be quicker for me to maybe go through and manually make the changes I need. But imagine if you have a much larger table or piece of text and you want to find something in that table or text and you want to replace it with something else. It's going to be a lot quicker for you to use the find and replace functionality. So for example, in this document, it might be that I want to change those locations to make them a little bit more concise. So wherever I have the word United Kingdom, I want to change that to UK. And wherever I had the word United States of America, I want to change that to USA. So this would be a perfect scenario for utilizing find and replace. So you'll find your find and replace options on the home ribbon, across all the way on the right hand side in the editing group. You can see you have a find and a replace. And you'll see there as I hover over, I get the screen tip with the keyboard shortcut of Control H. So I'm going to utilize that, Control H, to bring up my find and replace dialog box. So essentially what I want to do here is say what I want to find and then say what I want to replace it with. So let's just start out with United Kingdom. And I'm going to replace that with UK. I'm going to say replace all. It's made 3 replacements and you'll now see in the document that that has replaced successfully. Let's do the other one. So we're going to look for United States of America and we're going to replace that with USA and replace all. So very quickly I've been able to make those bulk changes to my document. So a really useful little utility. So that might be how you're used to using find and replace. What I want to show you now is how you can take that on a stage further and find and replace formatting. Now, when it comes to finding and replacing formatting, you need to think about whether it's going to be more efficient for you to utilize find and replace or more efficient for you to do it manually. And there are definitely some scenarios where doing it manually is going to be quicker for you. For example, if you have a document and throughout that document you have some instances of bold text and you just want to change it all back to normal text, so without the bold applied, it's probably going to be quicker for you just to do a Control A on your document and then deselect bold, which is going to put everything back to normal text. So in those kind of situations, it's going to be quicker to do it manually. However, there are times when find and replace can really help you save time by applying formatting changes faster and easier than manual formatting. So let's take a look in this example as to how we can utilize find and replace to replace certain pieces of formatting in our document. So I'm working in the lorem ipsum document, and what you'll see is if we go through this document, I've made some changes to it. You can see that I now have in blue font and underlined the word Lorem Ipsum Management Corporation. And I have that fairly frequently throughout the entire document. What you'll also notice is that I have a section just here that's indented very slightly from the rest of the text and is also showing in italics. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize find and replace formatting to make some changes to this document. So let's imagine the scenario. It might be that I've done this document, I've sent it to my manager, and he's come back and said to me, it all looks great, but I don't want you to have the words Lorem Ipsum Management Corporation in blue or underlined. I just want them to show in bold. And he's also said to me that he doesn't want the word Lorem Ipsum Management Corporation. He wants it to say Lorem Ipsum Management Corp. Now, because I have this word throughout my document, it's probably going to be easier for me to utilize find and replace formatting to make these required changes. So let's take a look at how we might go about doing this. I'm going to pull up that replace dialog box again. Remember, keyboard shortcut Control H. And what you'll immediately notice is that find and replace keeps in it the last search terms that you used. So I'm just going to clear those out. Now the first thing you need to do here is you need to click on this More button, because at the bottom this is where you're going to find the Replace Formatting option. And the first thing we need to do is we need to let Word know what it is we're looking for. So in the Find What box, I'm looking for the words Lorem Ipsum Management Corporation. But the thing I'm looking for is in blue, it's in bold, and it's underlined. So I need to tell Word that I'm also looking for those properties. So I'm going to go down to the Format box, and I'm going to go to the Font option. I want to say that I'm looking for bold text, font color is blue, and the underline style is the solid line. Click on OK. So now in the Find What box, it's looking for the words Lorem Ipsum Management Corporation, bold, underline with a font color of blue. So I've specified exactly what I'm looking for. I can now go in and tell Word what I want to replace it with. So my manager said that he just wants this to be in bold, but the same color as the rest of the text. But he's also said that he wants it to say Corp as opposed to Corporation. So I'm going to say replace with Lorem Ipsum Management Corp. And again, I'm going to jump into my formatting options. I'm going to go to Font, and I'm going to specify the properties that I want to replace. So I just want this to be in bold, and I'm going to say font color, I want to be set to automatic. Click on OK. So now you can see all of my properties, what I'm looking for and what I'm replacing it with. If I click on Replace All, I can see it's made 5 replacements. And if we look in the document behind, you can see that now I have Lorem Ipsum Management Corp as opposed to Corporation. It's removed the blue font color, it's removed the underline, but it's showing in black in bold, which is exactly what my manager asked for. So pretty simple to replace the formatting. Let's look at one more example. Now I've sent this document back to my manager. I've made the edits that he's asked for, but he's come back again and he said, actually, halfway through the document, we have this paragraph that's slightly indented from the rest and is showing in italics. And what he said to me is he wants to have italics removed and he wants the indentation to be removed so that it's in line with the rest of the document. So what I would probably do here is I would make sure that my mouse is clicked at the start of this paragraph where we have that indentation, and I might just want to check how much these paragraphs are indented by. And I can do that by simply jumping up to the home ribbon and launching the paragraph dialog box. And in here, if I look down at the indentation section, I can see that where I'm currently clicked is indented on the left at 0.6 centimeters. So that's useful information for me when I'm trying to find and replace the formatting. So let's cancel out of here and let's do a Control H to fire up our Find and Replace dialog box. Now again, what you'll see in here is that it will hold in it the last searches that you did. And I want to remove this, so I'm going to just delete out where we have Lorem Ipsum Management Corp, but you'll see that it still holds that formatting underneath. So I need to make sure that I click the No Formatting button at the bottom just to get rid of that. And I need to do it for both the Find What and Replace With. So now I have a clean search. What am I looking for this time? Well, I'm not looking for any text specifically because this applies to this whole paragraph that's indented. So I'm going to click in Find What, and I'm going to jump straight down to Find Format. And this time I'm searching specifically for text that is indented 0.6 centimeters. So I'm going to go to the paragraph option. And now I can set what I'm looking for. So my indentation, I'm going to set to 0.6 centimeters. That is what I'm looking for. And click on OK. Now I can also see that these paragraphs are showing in italics, so I might want to add that in as well, just to really refine what I'm looking for. So I'm going to jump to Format again, and this time we're going to go to Font, and I'm looking for everything that's in italics. So now I'm doing a very specific search for all text that's indented on the left 0.6 centimeters and showing in italic font. And what do I want to replace this with? Well, let's jump down to Formatting, go into Font. I want it just to be regular text and click on OK. Let's go down to Formatting again and into Paragraph, and I don't want there to be any indentation. So essentially I'm going to set this to 0 centimeters. Click on OK. And now I haven't actually defined a piece of text, but I have defined those properties that I'm looking for. So now if I click on Replace All, it's made one replacement, and you'll see now that that entire paragraph has been changed to regular font, and it's also now in line with the rest of the document. So of course there are lots of different ways that you can utilize this by looking under this Format option. So this can be a really great way of very quickly and efficiently replacing certain items in your document that are formatted in a specific way. So that's it for this module. In the next module, we're going to stay on this same train of thought, and I'm going to show you how you can find and replace special characters. So please join me for that. Hi everyone, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We are midway through section 2, and in this section we've been learning some of those essential skills when it comes to working with Word. And in the previous module we took a look at how we can utilize the Find and Replace to find and replace formatting within a document. I want to move on from that idea now, and we're still going to stay with Find and Replace, but we're going to talk about how you can find and replace special characters. Now, special characters are characters that are not alphabetic or numeric. So some examples of special characters would be things like quote marks, question marks, paragraph marks, tabs, things like that. All of those are considered to be special characters in Word. And Word has the ability for you to search for special characters and also replace special characters in a document, which can be really useful. So what I'm going to do in this module is just run through with you a few of the different ways that you can find and replace special characters. Now, I've got a document on the screen, and this is just some text that I've pulled from Wikipedia about William Shakespeare. And if we have a look through this document, it's not very long, but we do have some things that would be considered special characters. So you can see here, after the word William Shakespeare in this first line of the first paragraph, we have a copyright symbol. We also have some curly brackets, we have a hyphen in here, we have some quotation marks down here, and as we move down you'll see there's lots of other things in this document which are considered to be special characters. What you also might notice with this document is that I have some rather large spaces in between each of the paragraphs. I can see here that I've probably got double line spacing. So the first thing I want to do with this document is I want to change the double line spacing to single line spacing. Now, something that's going to help me with this, and something which I turn off and on periodically when I'm working in long documents, is the Show Hide Paragraph Marker button. So up on the home ribbon, in the paragraph group, you'll see here you have an icon which looks like a paragraph marker. And if we hover over and take a look at the screen tip, you can see that it's called Show Hide. You can see the keyboard shortcut is Control plus asterisk. And it says that if we toggle this on, it's going to show paragraph marks and other hidden formatting symbols. And then it says this is especially useful for advanced layout tasks. So if we toggle this button on simply by clicking, you'll see that I can now see where all of those paragraph markers are. So I can see that yes, in fact, in between each of my paragraphs, I have 2 paragraph markers. And essentially what I want to do here is say to Word, I want you to find every time I have a double paragraph marker and replace it with 1 paragraph marker. So let's take a look at the first way that we can replace special characters. Now we're going to need to jump back into our Replace dialog box. So once again, you can either click on the Home ribbon and click on the Replace button in the Editing group, or alternatively, you can use the Control-H keyboard shortcut. Now I'm going to remove what was in my last search, and I'm going to click my mouse in the Find What box. Now in this case, I'm looking for double paragraph markers. But how do I actually input that into the Find What field? Well, if we go down to the bottom where we have our Replace options, you can see I have an option for Replace and then Special. And if we click that, we have about 20 or so options that we can use for our find. And if you look at the top one, it says paragraph mark. So I'm going to select it, and it puts in essentially what we call the caret code for a paragraph marker. Now currently it's just a single paragraph marker. I'm looking for double paragraph markers, so I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Go down to Special and select paragraph mark. So now I'm saying search for 2 paragraph marks and replace with 1 paragraph mark. Click on Replace All. It's made 4 replacements. And if I now check out my document, you can see that I now have single line spacing between those paragraphs. Now something that you'll also see is that this first paragraph is now very close to that line above. Ideally, what I would want would be to have a little bit of space in there. So I could jump in and just do that manually as I've just done. But if I wanted to replace those double paragraph markers but keep the space at the top, I could do this in a slightly different way. So let me do Control-Z to undo and come back to my 2 paragraph marks. So you can see here essentially I do have 2 paragraph marks because I've got one after William Shakespeare and one just below the line. So if I didn't want these to be affected, I could essentially select the document from the first line of the first paragraph down and then do my find and replace. So we know how to do this. I can do Control-Shift-End, and that's going to select everything below where I'm clicked. I can then do Control-H. My options that I selected previously are still in there. I'm going to say Replace All. It's made 3 replacements. And there we go. Now I've managed to remove them in the body of the document, but I still have a space between that first paragraph and the horizontal line. For the next example, I'm just going to toggle that Show Hide button again to turn off those paragraph marks. Now the next thing I'm going to replace in this document are these hyphens. Now another way that you can do find and replace of special characters is that you can come in and highlight exactly what it is that you want to find in the document. So I'm going to highlight in that first line that dash in between his birth date and the date he died. I'm going to do Control-H again, and you can see automatically in the Find What box it's selected what I've got highlighted in the document. I'm going to say replace that dash with a different type of dash. So I'm going to go down to Special, and you can see here I have M dash and N dash. Now, if you're wondering what the difference is between these two, it mainly relates to the size of the dash. An M dash is a dash that is the width of the letter M, and I'm sure you can imagine what an N dash is. It's a dash that is the width of a letter N, so it's slightly smaller. Now, I'm going to replace this very small dash that I have in there with an M dash. And once again, it puts in the caret code for that M dash. I'm going to say Replace All. It's made 6 replacements. And there we go. If you look now, you can see that that dash is a lot bigger. So now that I've replaced that dash, looking at my document, I can see that actually that dash does look a little bit strange. It is a little bit too big, particularly if I look in the name Stratford-upon-Avon, that looks a little bit strange to me. So what I've got in my documents now are M dashes. So if I want to go in and replace them all, I can say Control H. I'm going to remove what I have in Find What and replace with. And in Find What, I'm going to say find all of the M dash and replace with N dash, which is a slightly smaller dash. Click on Replace All. It's made 6 replacements. And if I now take a look at my document, I can see that yes, that looks a little bit better. So it's definitely worth having a look through all of these different options that you have underneath special characters. You can replace things like tabs, column breaks, fields, footnote marks, manual page breaks. All of those kinds of things are available within the Find and Replace dialog box. Now, something else I might want to replace in this document is this copyright symbol. So in the first paragraph, we have William Shakespeare, and then we have that copyright symbol just there. And it might be that I want to replace the copyright symbol with the trademark symbol, the tiny little TM. Now, if I go into my Replace dialog box and click Special, I can see that I don't actually have an option in here to find the copyright symbol and replace it with the trademark symbol. So how would I do that? Well, let's come out of here, and something that's super useful when it comes to doing things like this, you'll find under the Insert ribbon, and in the group on the end where we have Symbol, click on More Symbols. So this is going to open up the symbol window, and you can see we have 2 tabs at the top. If you click on Special Characters, it's actually going to show you all of those special characters, and it also lists out their shortcut key. And I can see in there that I have copyright symbol, and I also have the trademark symbol. So I can see copyright is Alt-Control-C and trademark is Alt-Control-T. So I'm going to utilize that shortcut key in my Find and Replace. So I'm going to cancel out of here, and I'm going to select this copyright symbol. I'm going to do Control-H to bring up Replace. And you can see, because I've highlighted the copyright symbol, it's input it into Find What. And this time, I'm just going to use that shortcut key to select the trademark symbol. So Alt-Control-T. And there you go, it's put in TM. I can now say Replace All. It's made 4 replacements. And that is how you can utilize those symbol keyboard shortcuts in your Find and Replace. So this is a really useful little option for you to review. And you'll see that they don't all have shortcut keys, but some of these main ones do. So that's another way that you can find and replace special characters in your document. That's it for this module. In the next module, we're going to take a look at the navigation pane. So please join me for that. Hello everyone, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is still Deb, and we are in section 2, where we've been taking a look at some of those essential skills that you need to know in Word. And in this module, I want to talk to you a little bit about navigating around your document, in particular using the navigation pane. Now, I want to start out this module by just highlighting something that I get asked about all the time, and that is the existence of Browse Object in the later versions of Word. Now, if you don't know what I mean by Browse Object, if you ever used Word 2013 or versions older than that, you would have noticed a really helpful little facility to help you navigate around your document. It was called Browse Object, and you would find it underneath the vertical scroll bar in the bottom right-hand corner. It was essentially 2 arrows and a little globe icon. And if you clicked on it, it would allow you to jump to certain objects, certain things within your document. And it was a really useful little facility that I know a lot of people found really helpful. Now, unfortunately, it was eliminated in Word 2013. So if you look down now at my vertical scroll bar, you'll see that I don't have any of those little icons. However, in the versions after 2013, there has been a partial replacement for this utility by way of utilizing the navigation pane and also the GoTo dialog. So I'm going to show you both of those utilities, but I would say for those of you that did love the object browser, these are definitely not as convenient as the old functionality. So we're going to start out by taking a look at the GoTo dialog. Now, before we jump into there is something that I just want you to check and turn on. In the status bar at the bottom in the left-hand corner, you can see that it's showing me what section I'm currently clicked in, what page I'm currently on. So I'm currently on page 1 of 5 pages. It's telling me how many words I have in this current document, and it's also telling me the language that I'm using. Now, these are really helpful pieces of information, but they aren't necessarily turned on by default for you when you're using Word. So if you right-click your mouse in a blank area of this status bar, you'll see you get the Customize Status Bar menu pop up. And anything that has a tick by it is currently being displayed in that status bar. So I want you to go into here and I want you to make sure that you have a tick next to section and also a tick next to page number. And if you want to turn on some of these other features, then you're more than welcome to. So now we have those turned on, let's take a look at the GoTo dialog. We're going up to our home ribbon and we're going all the way across into the editing group. And we're going to click the drop down next to find, and you'll see that we have a little option here called GoTo. The keyboard shortcut for this is Control-G. And if we take a look at that screen tip, it says, what's faster than scrolling? Jumping. GoTo lets you jump right to a specific page, line, footnote, comment, or other place in your document. So in many ways, this is very similar to the old object browser. So let's fire up GoTo and see what we have in here. So you can basically see this is just another tab within the Find and Replace dialog. And what this will allow you to do is to quickly jump to various different objects or elements within your document. So for example, I have a 5-page document, and if I wanted to jump very quickly to page 3, I can make sure that I've selected page in the GoTo What list, and then I can enter my page number 3, click on GoTo, and it's going to jump me straight down to page 3. I could also do the same with sections. Now, currently, I haven't sectioned up my document. I just have one section. But if you did have multiple sections, you can enter in your section number and it will jump to that section. I could choose to jump to a specific line. Now, this might be when you want to turn on line numbers. So I'm going to jump up to the Layout tab. And in this first group page setup, you can see one of the options that we have is line numbers. Now I have a few different options I can select in here, but essentially all I want is a number next to each line in the document. So I'm going to select continuous, and you can see now that my document has line numbers. So now if I want to jump to a specific line number, I can enter in the line number in here, let's say 50, click on GoTo, and you can see underneath it's jumped me to line 50. Now that may or may not be an option that you want to use, but it's good to know that it is there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to turn off those line numbers. I can also navigate or jump to any bookmarks that I have in the document. We don't currently have any in here just yet. Any comments, footnotes, endnotes, fields, tables, lots of different things that we can jump to. For example, I could select graphic and then I can enter a graphic number. Now, the only graphics I have in this document are essentially the logos in the header on each page. But if I wanted to jump forward 3 graphics, I could type in 3, click on GoTo, and it's going to jump me to the 3rd graphic from wherever I was currently clicked. I could choose Object, which gives me a little drop-down menu, and I can then select from the drop-down what object I want to jump to. So if I have something like an Excel chart inserted into my Word document, I can select Excel chart, click on Next, and it's going to jump me to that particular chart. So lots of different options in this drop-down menu for you. And we can also navigate by headings, and I can enter in a heading number. So if I enter in, let's say, heading 4, click on GoTo, and it's going to jump me to heading 4. So you can utilize that GoTo dialog in order to navigate around your document. Now that's all well and good, but sometimes I find this a little bit cumbersome to use. Sometimes I don't know the heading number that I want to jump to. Sometimes I don't know how many graphics I want to jump forward. I just want to navigate through. And that is where the navigation pane is probably going to be more helpful to you. So let's close out of GoTo and we're going to turn on the navigation pane. So we're going to go up to the View tab, and in this show group you'll see that the bottom option there is navigation pane. And the little screen tip says that this is like a tour guide for your document. Click on a heading, a page or a search result and it will take you right there. So let's put a tick in the box and you'll see my navigation pane opens up on the left hand side. And we have three main headings up here: headings, pages and results. And then we have a search document bar just above. Now what you'll see under headings is it will essentially import all of the headings within your document into the navigation pane. Now I will say that this relies on your document being styled correctly. And what I mean by that is that you've used heading styles throughout your document, because the navigation pane is only going to pick up anything that has a style applied to it. Now you may or may not be familiar with using styles in your document, but if I just click at the start of this title just here and jump back to the home ribbon, I'm talking about this group here, the styles group. And you can see currently I have a grey box surrounding the style, which is currently applied to the line that I'm clicked in. So currently this is a heading 1 style. If I click on the first item just here where it says names of the employee and employer, I can see that that has a heading 2 style applied. And it's really important to style up your documents, particularly if you're going to do things like tables of contents, and particularly if you want to be able to navigate around using headings. So essentially in this navigation pane, I have everything in here that I've applied a heading style to, and that enables me to very easily jump to specific points in the document. So if I want to jump down to point 10, other paid leave, I can just click on that heading in the navigation pane and it's going to navigate me to that particular page. What you'll also see in here is that these are expandable and collapsible items. So if I didn't want to see any of these subheadings, I only wanted to see the heading 1s essentially, I can just minimize up everything, and I currently only have one heading 1 in this document, which is that first heading. So what I might want to do is maybe collapse up all of the heading 3s so that I'm only seeing heading 1s and 2s. So I can do that like so. And that makes the list a little bit easier to read, and I can then navigate to wherever I like. Now I'm going to expand these again. Another useful feature in this headings area of the navigation pane is that you can reorganize your headings very simply from here. So if I go down to, let's say, point 3 just here where it says job title or brief description of the job, I have two subheadings underneath there, job title and brief description of the job. If I then decide that I want brief description of the job to appear before job title, instead of going into my document and cutting and pasting and moving things around, I can simply just drag and drop above where it says job title. And what it will do is it will essentially move not only the heading, but the entire paragraph associated with it. So it's a really great utility for reorganizing items within your document. The next heading along is pages. So again, we can navigate specifically by different pages in our document. And this is pretty much what it says on the tin. We have all of the pages of our document listed out, and if you want to jump to a specific one, you simply click on it. And then finally we have results. Now there's nothing in here at the moment because this is going to display the results of any search that I've done in the search box above. So what I can do here is I can enter in search terms to navigate to specific parts. So if I type in the word abroad and click on the magnifying glass, you can see it jumps me to page 2 where I have the word abroad and it's highlighted it in yellow. And of course you can customize this option if you don't want it to highlight, if you just want it to jump to the specific place in the document. If you click the little drop down at the end of the search field, you have an options button. And this is where you can choose some of the options with regards to your search. And you can see that the only one that I have highlighted in here is the highlight all. So if you didn't want it to appear in yellow, you would just uncheck that box. You can also see in here that you can choose to match case. You can find whole words only, and you can also do things like use wildcards. Let's click that drop down arrow again and take a look at some of these other options. We have access to advanced find in here. So again, that's just going to open up that find and replace box in case you want to do a more intensive find within your document. Replace is going to jump us to our replace dialog. And then again, we have that go-to option that we were just looking at. Now, one thing I will say with this go-to option, if you do find this useful and you find yourself using it a lot, as we no longer have quick access to it via the object browser in Word 2019, what you could do is add GoTo to your quick access toolbar. So let's close out of here. I'm going to go up to Find in the editing group. And where we have GoTo in the menu, I'm going to right click and I'm going to say Add to Quick Access Toolbar. And you'll see now that on the Quick Access Toolbar, we now have the GoTo option. So this makes it super easy. Whenever I want to invoke that dialog box, I can just click on the Quick Access Toolbar to bring it up, as opposed to browsing to the Home tab and going to Find and then selecting GoTo. And then finally at the bottom, we have some specific things that we can find in our document. So again, if I wanted to look for specific graphics or tables, let's start with graphics. It's going to jump me to the next graphic from wherever I was clicked. And for me, that is the logo for this company in the header. And I could also select tables, and it's going to jump me down to the only table that I have in this document, which is on that final page. Now I'm going to do one final search in here. I'm just going to type in the word job into the search box and click the magnifying glass. You can see that I have 7 results, and it's highlighting the headings where those results appear. If I click on the results tab, it's going to show me the line of text where that search term appears. And because I have 7 results, I can use my up and down arrows to navigate to the next result. And you can see as I click the down arrow, it's moving through my document to the next instance of my search term. Once you're finished with the search, if you just click the cross to clear out the search results, it's going to take you back so you can start again and type in another search term. And the final thing related to the navigation pane, if you don't particularly like the position of the navigation pane, you can move this. If I click the little drop down arrow for task pane options, I have a move option. And when I click that, my cursor changes to that double-headed arrow, and I can just click and I can pick up the navigation pane and I can literally drag and drop it to wherever I like. So I'm going to drag it over to the side because I prefer mine to be on the right-hand side. When you're done with the navigation pane, you can just click the cross in the top corner to close that down. So that is how you utilize GoTo and the navigation pane to navigate around your document. And it's also the alternatives that you have available if you've been used to using the object browser in Word 2013 or previous versions. That's it for this module. I will see you in the next. Hi guys, this is Deb and welcome back to our course on Word 2019 Advanced. We are coming towards the end of section 2 now, and in this section we've been taking a look at those essential skills that you need to know in Word. And this section wouldn't be complete without reviewing some of the options that we have for spelling and grammar checking. Now, I don't think I need to tell you how important it is that when you have a document that maybe you are sending to a client or maybe your manager or even your colleagues, it's important to run a spell check once the document has been complete. If you don't do this and you end up sending out a document that is full of spelling and grammatical errors, it really doesn't look very professional and it makes it look like you've rushed your document. It doesn't give the greatest impression. And a spelling and grammar check is something which you should be doing at the end of your document. So once it's complete, one of the final things you want to do before you send this document to somebody else or maybe upload it to cloud storage is you want to run a spelling and grammar check. Now in Word 2019, the spelling and grammar checker is slightly different to previous versions of Word. So let's dive in and take a look. Now when it comes to reviewing your document prior to sending it out, you'll find your spelling and grammar checker on the Review tab. And it's not immediately obvious as it no longer says spelling or spell checker. It's in the proofing group, which is this first group on the left-hand side, and the one you're looking for is check document. And you can see here as we hover over, we get that screen tip which tells us we're about to go into the editor. And of course we have a shortcut key of F7 to quickly invoke that spell check. So let's check out our document and see if we have any issues that we need to fix. So now in 2019, what we get is this editor pane pop-up on the left-hand side. And of course, as with the navigation pane, if you don't like the position of this editor, you can just pick it up and you can drag and drop it somewhere else. Now I'm fairly happy with it over on the left-hand side, so I'm going to pull it back to there. Now what the editor has done is it's taken a look through my document, and remember my document isn't that long, it's about 5 pages, and it's pulled up all of the issues that it's found. So currently I have 7 issues that I need to review in my document, and it's been divided down into corrections and refinements. And you can see that we have spelling, grammar and conciseness, and these are actually color-coded red, blue and this kind of brown color. And these colors correspond to how those errors show up in the document. So for example, if we scroll down and find our first error, and here it is just here, you can see that we have a red wiggly line underneath the word dependence. Now what these colors actually mean, the red line indicates a misspelled word, and you can see I have actually 3 of them on this particular page. A blue double underline indicates a grammatical error, and a brown dotted line, which you can see just here, invites me to review the conciseness of the sentence. So that's what they look like in your document, but fortunately we don't have to scroll through our document looking for these errors. We can utilize the editor to quickly jump through and fix these particular errors. So let's deal with spelling first of all. I'm going to click where it says spelling. And straight away it opens up this spell checker. Now this looks very similar to spell checkers in previous versions of Word. It's highlighted the first misspelt word that it's found in the document, which is dependence, and it's now providing me with some suggestions to replace that word. So I can see that yes, this top one is the one that I want. So I'm going to click dependence to replace that word. It replaces it, then automatically moves on to the next misspelt word. And I can see here that yes, I have in fact spelt enroll wrong. So I'm going to utilize the suggestion again, click on it to replace the word. And my final one here is training. I have too many N's in that word. I'm going to select the suggestion to replace that word. So once you've gone through and corrected all the errors, you'll get a green tick next to that item. So I know that in terms of spelling, my document is now good to go. So I can now move on to check my grammar. I can see that I have 3 errors in here that I need to review. So let's click on grammar. And if I look at this particular sentence that it's picked up where it says there are no collective agreements, the suggestion here is the word agreements. And I can see that it's spelt correctly, but what I'm thinking here is that it doesn't particularly recognize the quote marks that I have around the words collective agreements. Now in this case, I'm good with those quote marks. I want them there. So I don't want this to register as a grammatical error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down underneath and I'm going to select ignore once. And it will move me on to the next check. Here it's picked up the sentence, you will receive an additional day's holiday for each 5 years of continuous employment. And quite rightly, it's recognized that I haven't spelt days quite correctly. I've missed out the apostrophe. So I'm going to change that and utilize the suggestion. And then finally, when it comes to grammar, it's picked up the sentence must inform Jane Doe by telephone as soon as possible, but no later than 2 hours prior to your workday start time. And again, it's recognized that I've put workday as 2 words and it's made the suggestion of all 1 word. So I'm going to say yes, change that. And once again, once you've been through and reviewed everything, you'll get a green tick to let you know that you're good when it comes to grammar. Now finally in here we have a nice little option called Conciseness. So this essentially reviews your sentences in your document and works out if you could have written something a little bit more concisely. I know a lot of the time I am very guilty of adding in extra words into sentences that don't really need to be there. So this is a great one to help keep your document on point without any unnecessary waffle. So let's see what it's picked up. I'm going to click on Conciseness. And it's pulling back this sentence. So it says, while you're working outside the UK, in addition to your pay, you'll be paid all of your accommodation costs, food allowance, and any agreed reasonable expenses. Now you might think that that sentence sounds okay, but what Word is telling me is that I don't really need the word of in this sentence. So this might sound better if it says, in addition to your pay, you'll be paid all your accommodation costs, food allowance, etc., etc. So it's removing unnecessary words from a sentence to make it more concise. So I'm going to say, yep, sounds good to me. Let's select all and replace that. So I've essentially finished reviewing my document and it's popped up a readability statistics box, which just shows me some really nice statistics with relation to how many words, characters, paragraphs and sentences I have in this document. It's also given me some averages, which is quite nice. And also the readability of my document graded against different scales. Now, you don't necessarily have to have this readability statistics turned on. So if you don't like that popping up once you've finished your spell check, I'm going to show you in a moment how you can turn this off. But for the time being, I'm going to click on OK. Word is telling me I've finished reviewing, so I'm going to click OK. And I'm now pretty certain that my document is error-free when I send this out. Now, just before we leave this editor, let's just quickly jump into the settings at the bottom. Now, when I click on settings, it's just going to essentially jump me into Word options and to the proofing area. And we're going to go through a lot of these options in the next module. But the section I want to highlight here is this section just here. So when correcting spelling and grammar in Word. It's always worth reviewing these options to make sure everything is set up as you would like it. So I like Word to check spelling as I type. So essentially when I'm typing a word, if I misspell it, I like it to underline it straight away in the document so that I know. I also want it to mark grammar errors as I type and also frequently confused words. Now this next option, it says check grammar and refinements in the editor pane. So this is the editor pane that we've been using. If I unchecked this box, it's only going to show me spelling errors. It's not going to give me the grammar and conciseness. And then finally, I have that show readability statistics. So if I don't want that to pop up, I can just untick that particular box. And if you wanted to, right at the bottom, we could do something like hide all the spelling and grammar errors in this document only. So if you have a particular document where you don't want to show any errors in it, you can select it or even set it for all new documents and then select hide spelling errors and hide grammar errors. Now, I'm not going to do that because I like to see when I've made a mistake and click on OK. Now I'm going to close down the editor pane, and just one final thing I want to point out here when it comes to spell check as you type, and let's type a sentence and spell something wrong. So I'm going to say the document is attached. And you can see I've spelled document wrong, so I have my red wiggly line indicating a spelling error. Now I don't have to wait until the end to review any spelling errors. What I tend to do is if I'm typing in a document, I like to correct my spelling errors as I go. If I see that I've misspelled a word, if you right click on the word, your first option you get is spelling, which allows you to correct it as you're typing. So here I can see that I have my suggestion is document. I can select it and it's corrected immediately. Now that might be something that you like to do, or alternatively, you might just like to bash out your document and then just check the whole thing at the end. It is entirely up to you. And finally, before we leave this module where we've been talking about proofing, let's just look at these other two options that we have in this proofing group, thesaurus and word count. Now the thesaurus lets us select an alternative word that means the same thing. So for example, if I highlight the word accommodation in my document and click on thesaurus, it's going to give me a whole host of other options which basically mean accommodation. So I find this useful sometimes when I'm writing a paragraph. I find myself repeating the same word and it just doesn't sound particularly great, so it's nice to have other options available. So that's a nice little option. And then finally we have word count. So again, this just gives us some statistics in our document in relation to how many pages, how many words we have in the document, characters with spaces, characters no spaces, paragraphs and lines. So again, I find this particularly useful if maybe I am writing something like a blog post and I've been given a word limit, so maybe I can't go over 1,000 words. This helps me keep track of where I'm up to. And of course, in addition to this little word count pop-up box, you also have that down in your status bar if you have word count turned on. So that is it when it comes to proofing tools, checking your document for spelling, grammar, and conciseness. I hope you found that useful, and I will see you in the next module. Hi guys, this is Deb, and welcome back to our course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're coming towards the end of section 2, where we've been reviewing all of those essential skills when working in Word. And in this particular module, I want to run through with you some options that you have when it comes to AutoCorrect. Now, AutoCorrect is a super useful feature for automatically correcting misspelled words, fixing things like capitalization, and also invoking special characters. And it's so good you may not even have noticed when you're busy typing away frantically in a document that it's actually working as you type. So let me show you what I mean, and let's take a look at AutoCorrect in action. So currently I just have a blank document open. I'm going to click in my blank document and I'm going to misspell the word the. I'm going to type in HTE, and let's just zoom in a little bit so that's a bit easier to see. Now when I press space, you can see the word auto-corrects it to the word the. The same thing with the word can. If I type in ACN, which can happen if you're typing very quickly, and it will auto-correct the word. And there are a whole host of commonly misspelled words that Word recognizes and will auto-correct for you as you're typing. And we're going to delve in and take a look at some of those in a moment. But just be aware that that's always chugging away in the background as you're typing your document. Now, aside from words, there's also some other things that Word will autocorrect for you as you're typing. So for example, if I was to type in first and hit the space bar, you can see that it becomes superscript. The same thing if I was to type second, third, so on and so forth. Now, some other examples of autocorrect in action would be utilizing symbols in your document. So for example, if I wanted to add the copyright symbol, if I type in curly bracket C curly bracket, you can see again that is set up to autocorrect to the copyright symbol. If I type in bracket E bracket, that's set up to correct to the euro currency symbol. And if I type in TM, that's going to correct to the trademark symbol. And these are all set up within AutoCorrect options as defaults. Now, something else that's also set up to AutoCorrect is links and website addresses. So if I was to type in www.google.com and hit enter, you can see that automatically it corrects it so that it is now a hyperlink. And if I hold my control key down, I can click and that's going to take me across to Google. So all of these things are set up by default in your autocorrect options. And of course, as you can imagine, you can customize this and add your own autocorrect options. And we're going to take a look at those now. So you'll find all of your autocorrect options underneath the File tab. And we're going to jump all the way down to Options, and we're going into the proofing area. And the first option that you have in the list is AutoCorrect Options, so we're going to click on our button. Now there's quite a few different tabs in here. Let's jump across to the AutoCorrect tab. And this is where you can set up exactly what you want Word to autocorrect. And you'll see that there is a whole host of options already listed in here, or words that it's going to autocorrect. So some of these checkboxes that we have at the top, you can see it's going to correct 2 initial capitals. So if you accidentally type in 2 capital letters at the beginning of the word, it's going to correct that. It's also going to automatically capitalize the first letter of sentences. So again, if you've typed a period or a full stop and then you accidentally hit a lowercase key, it's going to capitalize it through autocorrect. It's going to capitalize the first letter of table cells, names of days, and it's going to correct the accidental usage of the caps lock key. Now, this is a big one for me. I am always accidentally hitting that caps lock key. And if I'm looking down at my keyboard, before I know it, I've typed an entire sentence in capital letters. So with that option ticked, it's going to autocorrect that for me, and I don't need to worry about it. Then underneath that, we have the option Replace Text as You Type. And this is where we can set up what we want to autocorrect. Now, some of these you've already seen me use. The top one here, if you remember, we typed in curly bracket C curly bracket, and it auto-corrected to the copyright symbol. The same with the euro symbol, and also the trademark symbol. And if we scroll down, you'll start to see all the different things that are set up to auto-correct. And we have in here a lot of words that are commonly misspelt when you're typing fast in a document. And of course, you can add your own ones into here. So let's add our own autocorrect option. So maybe I find that I have to type my name fairly frequently in a document. And instead of typing out my full name, maybe I just want to be able to type in my initials, and that's going to essentially autocorrect to my full name. I'm going to click on Add to add that to the list. Let's click on OK. And OK again, and let's check to see if that works. I'm going to type in my initials, hit the space bar, and it auto-corrects to my name. So the scope of items that you can enter into autocorrect is really wide. You can really make yourself a lot more efficient by utilizing short versions of words, phrases, or sentences to input them into your Word document. Now, one other thing I want to show you here. I often have problems typing in the pound currency symbol. Obviously, I'm in the UK and we use pounds, but I find a lot of the time I'm working in American dollars because a lot of my clients are based in the US. And I have an American laptop, and I also have my options set to American keyboard layout. Now, because of that, typing in a pound currency symbol is quite difficult for me on my keyboard. When I press the key that has the pound on it, which is just above the 3 key, it doesn't actually input a pound. If I show you now, if I type in what should be a pound, I actually get a hash symbol, or the pound symbol as it's called in America. So a lot of the time, if I have to type the pound currency symbol, I find myself inserting a symbol, which isn't particularly efficient. So this is something that I like to have set up as an autocorrect option. So let me just show you how I do that. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to insert the symbol. So we're going to go to the Insert tab, across to Symbol in that end group. And you can see it's my first one just there because I use this most frequently. And I'm just going to input that into my document. So I'm going to select the symbol. Now I could Control C to copy it, but I don't actually need to. If I go to File, Options, and back into my autocorrect options, you can see that it's automatically picked it up. So what I can do is now type in what I want to type in order to achieve that pound symbol, which is curly brackets P in this case. Click on Add, click on OK, and OK again. And let's see if that works. And it does. So for me, that's a really great way of solving the problem that I personally have of not being able to type a pound symbol on the keyboard that I'm using. Now let's jump back into File, Options, Proofing, and Autocorrect options and take a look at some of these other tabs. So these are all your autocorrect options, and you can go through and add in as many as you like. We then have Math Autocorrect. So if you're someone who works with a lot of mathematical symbols, you may want to check out this section and also add in your own autocorrect options. We then have an auto format as you type, and you will have noticed some of these in action in the examples that I showed you in the document at the beginning. So we can see our option there to auto-correct fractions. You can also see the internet and network paths with hyperlinks. So if you remember when we typed in www.google.com, it auto-corrected to a hyperlink. Ordinals, so that was when we were typing first, second, third, and it was changing them to superscript. And there are lots of other things in here. So things like straight quotes with smart quotes and also hyphens with a dash. So it's worth coming into here and just checking which options you want to turn on. Now this is the auto format as you type, so this will correct as you're typing these things in. You also have an auto format tab where we have many of the same options. So definitely go through and check all of those. Now, one other important point to note when it comes to autocorrect is that you can override any autocorrect options. So let me show you an example of this. I'm just going to type a quick sentence into this document. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Now, I don't know if you noticed when I started to type that sentence, I actually typed a lowercase t for the word the. And of course, Word auto-corrected that to capitalize that first letter. Now, what about if I actually wanted that to be a lowercase t? Well, when the auto-correction has been applied, if you hover your mouse over the corrected letter, so in this case the T, you'll see you get this little autocorrect options drop down. And if I click that drop down, I can choose to undo the automatic capitalization this one time, or I can choose to stop auto-capitalizing the first letter of sentences. So selecting that option is essentially going to turn it off within Word options. So if I now go on to the next line and type the same sentence, it's not auto-correcting. Now I'm going to undo that option because I like it when it auto-corrects for me. And then of course the final option you have in here will just jump you into all of those auto-correct options to make any further customizations. A couple of final things I want to show you in here. We're going to stay in our Word options and we're going to go down to Advanced. And in editing options, I just want to highlight to you this option just here, show autocomplete suggestions. Now, autocomplete is a little bit different to autocorrect. There are some words that Word will automatically recognize as you start to type them, and it will offer you a suggestion for completing that word. Now, I actually really like this option, so I have a tick in the box. So this might be something that you want to turn on. So let me show you what this does. Let's click on OK. And if I was to type a word, let's say Monday, you can see as I get partway through the word, I get that little suggestion just above, press enter to insert. I can just hit enter and it will complete that word. And it will work the same for most of the days of the week. It also works for months of the year, but it's worth pointing out that not all of them it works for. It works for the longer ones, but something like May doesn't autocomplete, and neither does something like March. But longer words, you'll get that little suggestion and you can just hit enter to complete them. So if when you're typing, you do see that little screen tip pop up, just be aware that you can hit enter just to complete that word, saves you a little bit of time. So that is it on autocorrect and autocomplete. In the next module, we're going to take a look at how you can group objects together, so please join me for that. Hi everyone, this is Deb and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're almost at the end of section 2, and in this section we've been reviewing some of those essential skills that you should know in Word. And in this module, I want to talk to you a little bit about grouping objects because this is a really important and often overlooked skill. Now, anytime that you insert something into a Word document, so that might be some kind of shape or maybe a picture or even something like a chart or a table, that is essentially considered or classed as an object in Word. And when an object, whatever that may be, is inserted into a Word document, it is an independent object, i.e. it's not linked to the other objects on the page. So an example of this would be the document that I have open on the screen. So this is just a little Meet the Team document, which is made up of a number of different objects. We have some shapes, some circles, and those circles have been filled with an employee's photograph. And these shapes are considered to be individual objects. And for each of these employees, we also have a text box underneath that contains the details, their name, their department. And these text boxes, again, are individual objects. And you can see as I click on them, I'm essentially selecting that particular object. We then have these connector lines to show how Marcus is linked to everybody else in the organization. And again, if I click on these arrows, and these are just connector arrows, these are also individual objects. Now, when I say these are individual objects, I mean they're independent of everything else. So if I wanted to resize Marcus's picture, if I click on it and then I drag out the handle, it's just going to resize Marcus. It's not going to resize anything else. Control Z to undo. Now, when you have individual objects on a page, that's all well and good if you want to make edits to that particular object. But there will be times when maybe you want to group together all of the objects on a page so that you can do things like resize. Currently, if I wanted to resize this entire diagram, I don't really have the ability to do that because every time I click on an object, it just selects that individual object. So essentially, I'm only resizing that individual object. It's not allowing me to resize everything in one go. So what I would need to do here would be to group my objects together. Now, there are a couple of different ways that you can do that. The first way is that you can go in and utilizing your Shift key, you can select all of the individual objects and then group them. So let's do that. Now, this process can be a little bit tedious depending on how many objects you have on your page. I'm going to select the first one. I'm going to hold down Shift. I'm going to select his text box. And let's go through, still holding down Shift as we make our selections. And don't forget those connector arrows as well. So I've now got essentially all of my objects selected. What I can now do is group them together. And there are a couple of different places I can go in order to access my group options. You'll see that because I have objects selected, I now have two different contextual ribbons appear at the top, Drawing Tools and Picture Tools. And it actually doesn't matter whether you go into Drawing Tools or Picture Tools because the option that we need is available on both of these ribbons. In the Arrange group, we have a Group option. And you can see here, if I select Group, so you can see that that has now grouped all of those objects together. They're no longer individual, they're there as a group. Now I'm just going to Control Z to undo that because there is another way that I can group objects together without jumping up to my ribbons. Once I have all the objects selected, if I right click on one of the objects, in that right click menu, I also have the group option in there. And it pretty much does exactly the same thing. So essentially now everything is grouped together as one object and I can resize this diagram as one single object. Now remember, if you want to keep the aspect ratio, so if you don't want these pictures to distort as you resize, if you hold down the Shift key as you drag any of these handles in, and there we go. I can also pick this object up and I can place it wherever I like within this document. Now you will notice that the text inside these text boxes is now being cut off, so it might be that I want to do some rearranging with that text, maybe make the font a little bit smaller, but pretty much everything else has resized nicely and we don't have any distortion. Now once I have my objects grouped, if I want to now work on them as individual objects, of course I also have an ungroup option. So let's just right click, go down to Group, and you'll see now the one that we have available to select is the Ungroup option. And now everything is back to individual objects. So I'm going to go in and I'm just going to decrease the font size in these text boxes and I'll be right back with you. Now, another really nice method that's available in Word for selecting all of your objects prior to grouping or ungrouping is using the selection pane. And this is actually my preferred method, particularly if I have a document that has lots of objects that are overlapping each other. Sometimes when you're using this manual method of selecting your objects by clicking and holding down your Shift key, if you have lots of objects kind of stacked on top of each other, it can be really difficult to grab objects that are underneath other objects. So an easier way of doing this is utilizing the selection pane. So I'm going to click on one of my objects so that I get my contextual ribbons. And again, I can utilize either the drawing tools or the picture tools format tab. And in the arrange group, you'll see that we have an option there for selection pane. And the ScreenTips says you can see a list of all of your objects. This makes it easier to select objects, change their order, or change their visibility. So let's click to open up that pane. I'm going to make this a bit wider. Now, I had this pane open earlier and I've already started to rename some of my objects. If you look at the objects just here where it says text box 2, oval 9, overlay, oval 7, oval 3 and straight connector 11, these are essentially the default names that Word will give your objects. So they're not particularly meaningful. And sometimes if you have a lot of objects on the page, it's a bit hard to know which one you're selecting from this pane. So what I like to do is go through and rename all of the objects so I can easily identify them, which is exactly what I've done with these ones at the top. So the first one, middle arrow connector, if I click on this, it's going to select that middle arrow connector. We have left arrow connector, and you'll see the selection in the document. Right arrow, we have Vivian Fisher text box, so that is the text box that contains her information. We have a text box for Darius, one for Sarah, and then I still have these to rename. So let's go through. I'm going to click on text box 2, and I can see that that is Marcus's text box. So I double click, and I can simply go in and say, Marcus Lee, text box, and hit enter. If I click on oval 9 to see what that is, I can see that that is the photo for Vivian Fisher. So again, I can double click on oval 9 and I can rename this object. Vivian Fisher photo, hit enter. So I'm going to go through and rename the rest of these, and I'll see you back here in a moment. So there we go. I now have all of my objects with meaningful labels, which makes it super easy for me to make selections of individual objects using this selection pane. So as I mentioned before, this is great if you have objects that are stacked on top of each other and are quite hard to select manually. You'll also notice in this selection pane, you have this little eye icon to the right of each of the objects. So this allows you to essentially show or hide specific objects. So for example, if I click on the eye next to Marcus Lee text box, you can see that now that is hidden. Click again and it brings it back. So again, this is good if you need to see an object that's underneath another object. You can also use this selection pane to essentially move your objects forwards or backwards. So an example would be Sarah Cox's photo. If I wanted the photo to be over the top of the Sarah Cox marketing text box, I can do that by just dragging the object in the selection pane. So all I would need to do is grab Sarah Cox photo from the selection pane, and I'm going to drag it and I'm going to place it above where it says Sarah Cox text box and let go. And you can see now that it's brought that layer, essentially that object, to the front. Now I'm actually going to drag that back down because I want the text box in front. So when it comes to utilizing this pane for grouping, this makes it super easy. All you need to do is select the top object, hold down Control, and select the rest of the objects. So sometimes that is a lot easier than trying to fiddle around in the main document. Once you've got them all selected, You can go up to your format ribbon and use your group option. Alternatively, you can right click and you have your group option in here. And there we go. And now that these objects are grouped, if you look over in the selection pane, you can see it's created a group, again with a very generic name, but I'm going to double click and I'm going to rename this Meet the Team and hit enter. So a few really useful options there when it comes to grouping objects. I hope you found that useful. In the next module, I'm going to talk to you about how to align objects accurately in your document. So please join me for that. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is Deb and we are in the final module of this section, section 2. And in this module, we have been looking at all of those essential skills in Word. And in the previous module, we were looking at how you can group and ungroup different objects that you have in your Word document. And I'd like to progress that idea on a little bit and talk to you about aligning objects in your documents. Now, aligning is really just the process of making sure that all of the pictures, shapes, charts, whatever it is that you might have in your document are all lined up nicely in relation to other objects on the page and also on the page itself. And many people don't realize that there are lots of tools available in Word that really help you align these objects accurately. So the document that I've got on the screen here is just our Meet the Team document. And I have 3 pictures of employees and also some labels for those pictures. And currently these pictures and labels are very much scattered haphazardly around the page. So it might be that I've just created these and inserted these pictures into my document without too much concern with how they're lined up. But now I want to put these in a nice neat line and position them underneath this title. Now, the most obvious thing which people reach for is just by doing this manually. So I could grab one of the pictures and I can drag it and position it where I want it to be and kind of have a good guess, which may or may not be accurate as to where the center is, so on and so forth. But I don't really need to do that. And I can take all of the inaccuracy out of this process by utilizing Word's alignment tools. So let me show you how they work. So what I'm aiming for here, first of all, is that I want to get all 3 of these pictures in a row with even spacing in between each. I'm not going to worry too much about where they're positioned in relation to the page. I just want them in a nice row lined up with each other with equal spacing. So all I need to do is, first of all, make my selection. So I'm going to hold down Shift and select all 3 of the pictures. And it's worth noting when you are aligning objects, you do want them to be ungrouped. Now I'm going to jump up to my Picture Tools Format ribbon, and in the Arrange group we have an Align drop-down. And this houses all of your alignment options. So I can align the selected objects to the left-hand margin, to the center, or to the right-hand margin. I can align them to the top of the page, to the middle, or to the bottom. And I can distribute them horizontally or vertically. Now I want my pictures to be arranged in a line horizontally. So the first option I'm going to choose here is Align Middle. And there we go. They are now lined up in relation to each other to the middle. But one thing that's glaringly obvious here is that I have quite a large amount of space between the middle and the last picture and a small amount of space in between the first 2 pictures. So I'm going to want to jump back into my alignment tools, and this is where I can utilize the Distribute Horizontally option. This will ensure that I have an even amount of space in between all of my selected objects. So there we go. I now have these pictures very quickly lined up and looking good. Now, with regards to how these are positioned on the actual page, if I zoom out a little bit, they're actually not too bad. They're fairly close to the center, but I'm pretty sure that they're not exactly center aligned and middle aligned. So essentially what I want to do is I want to align this group of pictures to the dead center of this page. So the first thing I need to do here is group my pictures together so that they're one object. I'm going to right click, go to Group and select Group. And there we go. So now I have them grouped together. I can now align this as one object utilizing my alignment tools. So I'm going to say align middle. And you see that jumps down very slightly, and also align to the center to center them vertically on the page. And now when I scroll out, I know that these three objects are not only aligned in relation to each other, but also in relation to the page. So I have these grouped together, they're in the middle of the page, but when I re-look at this document, I think to myself, actually, I want these three pictures to be underneath the Meet the Team title. So I might be tempted here to jump back into my alignment tools and maybe select something like Align Top. But if I select this, you'll see that I don't really get the result that I wanted. It's going to align my object to the top of the page, regardless of if I have text in there or not. So I'm going to Control Z to undo that. And if I jump back into my alignment tools, I don't actually have an alignment tool that's going to accommodate any text that I have above what I'm trying to align. So in this particular situation, I'm probably going to want to move this object manually into the position that I want. And in order to help me do that and ensure that everything is still lined up, I'm going to first turn on Use Alignment Guides. Now, alignment guides are super useful. When you have them turned on and you pick up a picture or an object and try to move it, you'll see they start to appear. They're these green lines which run across the page telling you when you've centered or lined up your object with other objects on the page. So currently this alignment guide is telling me that this is in the dead center. If I move across slightly, it's telling me that it's lined up with the end of the Meet the Team text. And I could do the same on the other side. It's lined up with the end of the Meet the Team text. If I was to move this down, you can see there, because I have those two green lines intersecting, that is the dead center of the document. So utilizing these, it means I can safely drag this up, and it doesn't matter if I go off course a little bit, because when I get to the position I want to put it in, I can just utilize my alignment guides so that I know that this is dead in the center. Like so. So now I have these labels for each of my staff members. So once again, I'm going to pick these up, and I'm just going to drag this one up to here, and I want it to be about there. And I'm going to let go. Now notice that when I placed that particular object, I didn't get any alignment guides come up to assist me. So when you're doing more granular work like this, it can be useful sometimes to turn on grid lines to help you align some of your objects. And there's a couple of different ways that we can turn on grid lines. We can do it from the View ribbon. In the Show group, we have a Grid Lines option. If I select the tick, it's going to give me some grid lines. I could also do it from that Format menu from Picture Tools or Drawing Tools. So if I click on one of the pictures and go up to my Picture Tools Format tab, in that Align drop-down, I have a View Grid Lines option. And this can then really help me when it comes to aligning some of these other items. So I'm going to drag this label up. I'm going to position it just there, and then I'm going to grab the final label, and I'm going to position it just there. And I've used that line in my grid so that I know that there is the same amount of space between that line and the bottom of these text boxes. Now, one thing that you'll also notice when you're moving objects around, and I'll just select this text box as an example, is you'll see as I move, it's not particularly smooth. It's kind of jumping all over the place a little bit. There's a little nudge in there as you drag the object around. And that is because by default, Word makes objects snap or jump to an underlying grid laid across the document. And that is why when you're dragging these around, it's attempting to snap it to that underlying grid. And this can cause some issues sometimes when you're trying to align objects because you don't have as much control as to exactly where you place things, because it's constantly going to move it to the next underlying grid line. Now you can turn this snapping feature off. Again, if we jump up to the Format ribbon and go into our alignment options, you'll find these options underneath Grid Settings. And there's a couple of options that you want to make sure that you've got turned off to kind of override that grid snapping. And that is this one here, the snap objects to other objects. We take a tick out of that box. And I'm also going to remove the grid lines from this screen. Click on OK. And now you'll see that when I move my object around, that is so much smoother because it's not constantly trying to snap. So it gives me a little bit more control when it comes to placing my objects on my page. Now I'm going to jump back into those grid settings and I'm just going to turn back on object snapping and snap objects to grid when the grid lines are not displayed. So now that I've turned those back on, you'll see we get that jumpy movement again. But a quick way of overriding this is to hold down your Alt key as you're dragging your object around. So instead of going in and turning on and off those options, you can just do that in order to override that snapping utility. And of course, if you need to make any granular changes, so if you prefer to have a little bit more control, if you select an object, you can use your arrow keys to move that particular object. Now again, because I have snapping turned on, you can see as I move, it definitely jumps. So if I want to be super granular, I would again go in and I would turn off those snapping options. And then when I utilize my mouse, I get much more control as to where I'm placing that particular object. Now, one final point to mention here, and it relates to those grid lines, which I'm just going to turn back on, is you can adjust the spacing of your grid lines. So you're not just stuck with this one grid style. If you go back into your alignment options and down into grid settings, you can change the horizontal spacing and the vertical spacing of these grid lines. So if I want a little bit more space, I can put these up to, let's say, 8 centimeters, click on OK, and I get a different type of grid. So entirely up to you how you want to display those. Hopefully that's given you a good introduction as to the plethora of alignment utilities that you have available to you within Word to really help you align those objects on your page and make your document look really professional. That's it for this module. We have one final exercise and then we are on to the next section. So I will see you over there. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We've made it down to exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in section 2, which was all about those basic word skills that everybody should have. And I want to start out this exercise by showing you my answer. So on the screen, I have a document and the title is 7 Facts About Henry VIII. I have some paragraphs of text and also some numbered items. And then right at the bottom, I have another heading titled The Wives of Henry VIII. And I have 8 circles, all perfectly lined up. And what I want you to do in this exercise is basically recreate what I have here. So let's take a look at what I'd like you to do. So this is the same document, but you can see as we scroll through, it's in a less tidy state. So what I want you to do is utilize some of the skills you've learned in this section to replicate the neat version. So the first thing you need to do in this exercise is open the document titled Exercise 2 from the Exercises folder. I'd then like you to toggle on Show Hide so you can see all of the paragraph markers in this document. I'd then like you to go through and replace all double paragraph markers with single paragraph markers. Once you've done that, I'd like you to scroll down to page 2. And I'd like you to align these circles on the page so that they're distributed evenly and aligned to the center. I'd then like you to group the 4 circles together and duplicate them and position the second row so it's neatly under the first. And then just to finish up, I'd like you to give your document a spell check. So quite a few different tasks there. Please feel free to rewatch this video and pause where needed as you practice each task. So I'm going to show you my answer now, so you might want to pause this video, but if you're ready, let's proceed. So let's run through the answer to this exercise. The first thing I asked you to do was open exercise 2 and then turn on Show Hide Markers. So we're going up to the home ribbon, into our paragraph group and clicking Show Hide. So I can now see all of those paragraph markers. What I then wanted you to do was to find all of the double paragraph markers in the document and replace them with single paragraph markers. So for this, we need to invoke find and replace, and the shortcut key for that is Control H. Now for this, you need to click in the Find What box, and then from your special options at the bottom, you need to select Paragraph Mark twice to find those double paragraphs. I then want to replace them with a single paragraph mark and replace all. I can see it's made 5 replacements. I'm going to click on OK and close down Find and Replace. The final part of this exercise was to align these circles and then duplicate them. So the first thing I'm going to do is select all of my circles by holding down my Shift key. And then up to the Drawing Tools ribbon, the Format tab, and we're going to go to our alignment options. And the first one I'm going to select here is Align Middle, and then I'm going to distribute them evenly. So back up to Align and distribute horizontally. I now want to duplicate these 4 circles. So the quickest way to do that is to group these circles together. So whilst you have them selected, right-click and select Group. I'm then going to press the Control D keyboard shortcut to duplicate. And then I'm going to move these circles into position. And remember, I can select both groups of circles, go up to Align, and make sure that they're both aligned to the center. And finally, I just ask you to do a quick spell check of this document, which we do from the Review tab. Check Document. I can see I have 1 spelling error just here, so let's check it out. And I can see it's picked up the word solent. Now, I know in this case that this is fine, so I'm going to say ignore once, and my spell check is complete. So those are the steps that I wanted you to take in order to recreate this document. The final thing I might want to do here, just to make this document a bit cleaner, is turn off Show Hide. That is it for exercise 2. I will see you in the next section. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We've made it down to section 3, and in this section we're going to be talking about how you can work with different views in Word. Now, views are just the way that you are viewing your document. And in Word we have different views that you can toggle between, and they each display your document in a slightly different way. Now, which one you choose to use very much depends on what you're trying to do at that particular time. So what we're going to do in this section is we're going to go through all of the different views that you have. I'm going to show you the difference between them and also highlight when would be the best situation to use each view. But in this first module, I really just want to introduce you to the options that we have on the View ribbon. So I've got a document open at the moment, and this is an employment contract, and I'm currently clicked on the View ribbon. So let's just take a look at the different elements which make up this ribbon. So the first group here is our Views group, and this is really what we're going to be focusing on in the next few modules. This is where you can come to switch between all of the different views that you have available. We have Read mode, we have Print Layout mode, Web Layout, Outline, and Draft. Now, by default, more often than not, you're working in Print Layout view, which is the one that I have selected now. And this is by far the best view when it comes to editing your document. Now, I'm going to go into each of these different views and the advantages and disadvantages of them over the next few modules. But just be aware that this is where you come on the ribbon to switch between your different views. It's also worth noting that this isn't the only place where you can come in order to switch views. If you cast your eyes down to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, right down in the status bar, you'll see you have a zoom slider, but then you also have access to different views down here. So we have Web Layout View, Print Layout View, and also Read Mode and Focus Mode. So 2 different areas where you can switch between views. The next group on this View ribbon is the Immersive group. Now, these 2 options here, Focus and Immersive Reader, you'll only have these if you are using Word 2019 or Word as part of Microsoft 365. These are newer features, And again, they're related to how you're viewing and how you're reading your document. And once again, we're going to go into these in the following modules. The next section is page movement. And again, this is a reasonably new addition to Word. So in general, by default, when you're reading or working on a document and you scroll your mouse, it's going to scroll vertically. That's what we're all used to when we're working in a document. However, we do have now another option called side to side. So if I was to select that, you can see now if I use my mouse, I'm actually reading this document as if I had these pages on my desk in front of me. I'm reading them side by side as opposed to scrolling through vertically. And I'm going to jump that back to vertical. We then have our show group, and we've pretty much seen a demonstration of everything in this little group in the course so far. I've got my rulers turned on, both vertical and horizontal. We've seen what happens when we turn on grid lines, and also we've utilized that navigation pane in order to navigate around our documents. The next group is the zoom group. So this is related to zooming in and out and moving around your document. So I have my zoom option here where I can jump in there and select how much I want to zoom in by. So if I say 200%, we're going to zoom right in to there, which makes things a little bit easier to read. If I want to jump back to the default of 100%, I have a dedicated button for that as well, which is going to pop me straight out again. I can choose to view just one page, multiple pages, or I can select page width. So it's going to zoom in as much as it can without cutting anything off of the document. We then have the window group. So this is related to how you arrange your different Word windows on your page. And then finally on the end here, we have switch windows. So when you click this, it's going to list all of the open Word documents that you have. So now currently I only have one document open, so that's the only one I'm seeing. But if I had multiple, they would all be listed down here, and I can just click to very quickly switch to that particular document. And then finally on the end here, we have a macros button where I can view any macros I have set up and also record a new macro as well. And we'll be covering this later in the course. It's also worth noting that when it comes to zooming, you do have a zoom slider in the bottom right-hand corner next to those little view shortcut buttons as well. So I could utilize my slider just by dragging in and dragging out in order to change the zoom on that particular document. Also, when it comes to zoom, if you are using a mouse that has a scroll wheel, if you hold down the control button and move your scroll wheel, you see you can zoom in and out on your document like that as well. So that is pretty much it. I really just wanted to give you an overview in this module of all of the different commands and options that you have available on this views ribbon before we do a deeper dive in the next few modules. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next module, where we're going to delve a bit more into these different views. So please join me for that. Hi guys, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down into section 3, where we're taking a look at the different ways that you can view your document in Word. And in the previous module, we had a quick run through of all of the options and commands available on the Views ribbon. And what I want to do in this module is really focus in on reading documents. Now, sometimes, particularly if you work in a job role that requires you to read lots of long documents, so maybe you're a lawyer who's constantly reading contracts, or maybe you're a writer who needs to go through and review your work, sometimes it's quite nice to be able to switch into a view mode that's going to allow you just to read your document. That is, it's going to remove all distractions, and it's going to give you more screen space, more real estate, so you can read your document a little bit easier. And fortunately, Word has a view that's going to allow you to do just that, and it's called Read Mode. So let me show you how it works. So I'm going up to the View ribbon and across to the Views group, and we're going to switch into this one just here, Read Mode. And straight away you'll notice quite a drastic change. The thing that's most obvious is that all of our ribbons have disappeared, so anything that could possibly distract us has been removed from the top of the screen, or collapsed up, I should say, leaving us with a lot more space to read our document. The document's also zoomed itself in to the maximum without cutting off any of the words or the sentences. So the text is nice and big on the screen, making it easier for me to read. Another thing you'll notice is that it's put it into a 2-column layout. So instead of just reading vertically, I'm now reading across the screen. So this is much more like a book. So here I'm seeing pages 1 and 2. And if I want to move to the next 2 pages, I have an arrow over on the right-hand side, which I can click. It's going to slide along like I'm turning the pages of a book, and I can read the next 2 pages. Now, of course, I don't have to use my mouse to click on these arrows. I can also use my arrow keys to move through the different pages in this document. Now, whilst the ribbons are collapsed up when you're working in this view, you do still have access to them. If you look in the bar running across the top, we still have access to File, Tools, and View. So if I click View, if I want to switch back into Print Layout View and essentially edit my document, I can just select Edit Document, and it's going to jump me back to Print Layout View. Let's go back into Read mode and click View again. Now there's lots of things in this View menu that we can do whilst we're working in Read mode. So we can switch to Focus mode. Now I'm not going to do that right now because we are going to cover this a bit later in this module. I can bring up the navigation pane. So if I want to search for something in this particular document, I can do that. I can choose to show any comments that have been added into the document. Now I currently don't have any, but if you do, it will show all of your comments alongside your document. I can choose the column width. So currently I have the default column width set, but if I switch to narrow, I now have 3 narrow columns as opposed to 2 wider columns. And if I select wide columns, I basically just get 1 column. Now I like the default, so let's switch back to that. I can also change the page color. So currently I have this set to none, so I just have black text on a white background. But you also have the choice of displaying it in sepia or even in inverse. So we have a black background with white text. Now you might not personally like these, but sometimes, particularly if people have sight issues, these different color backgrounds can be a lot easier on the eye and make it easier for you to read your document. So it's worth having a little experiment with those. We then have some layout options. So I have column layout set, which I quite like, but I can also choose paper layout, which essentially puts it back very similar to print layout view where we're scrolling vertically. And let's put mine back to column layout. I have a syllables option. So this shows the breaks between syllables in your document. So let's click that. And what you'll see now is that the syllables of each word are separated by a little grey square. Back up to view, and let's just turn syllables off. We have a text spacing option, and this basically increases the amount of space in between the characters and also the lines. So again, if you find it a little bit easier to read a document like that, then you can jump in there and you can turn on text spacing. Now I'm going to turn mine off to put that back. And then finally in this view menu, we have a read aloud option. So this will read out all of the text and will also highlight each word as it's read. So again, this is a really great option with regards to accessibility. If you're someone who is maybe partially sighted, then essentially you can have Word read your document back to you.
Written statement of employment particulars, employee. This statement lists the terms and conditions, particulars, of your employment with us.
So lots of different options for you to explore underneath that view menu. Let's take a look at what we've got in tools. So if we click on tools, again, we have our find, which is just going to pop out that navigation pane. So if you want to search for anything in the document, you can just type it in and it's going to highlight much like it does in any other view mode. We also have under tools a smart lookup. So if I was to highlight a specific word in this document, so let's say employment, go to tools and smart lookup, it's going to search for that word. It's going to pop open a pane on the right hand side and it's going to basically search the internet and pop up any entries which relate to that particular word. So you can see in here I have some Wikipedia entries and then also I have some results of the web search. So that's a nice way of being able to select someone's name or a place name or anything in your document and then explore it further on the internet without leaving the bounds of Word. And then finally in here we have a translate option where it's going to pick up the word that I've got selected and I can choose a language to translate it to. So let's just say Dutch, and there we go. And if I wanted to, I could even select insert to replace the English word with the Dutch word in the document. So a few nice options in there as well. And then of course, finally, we have our file menu, and that just jumps us back to our regular backstage area. Now, if you wanted to go even further here and get rid of this blue bar running across the top, if you click on the icon right in the top right-hand corner, which says Auto Hide Reading Toolbar, if you click that, it's going to get rid of those menu options. So really, all you have now on the screen is your document you can go through and read. And to get them back again, I'm just going to click that button once more. So that is pretty much the options that you have when it comes to read mode. Now, everything I've shown you there is really related to being able to focus entirely on the document that you're reading without any distractions. And focus is such an important point when it comes to using Word. So often it's very easy for us to lose focus. We have many different distractions constantly coming at us, from email notifications. We have the internet at our fingertips and we can very easily go off down a rabbit hole and lose focus on what we're doing. And with that point of focus in mind, Microsoft brought in a couple of new features which are really going to help you focus on the document at hand. And you'll find these features in this group called Immersive. And the first option we have here is Focus. And if we hover over and take a look at the screen tip, it says that when you're working in this mode, it eliminates distractions so you can focus entirely on your document. So let's jump in here and see what we have. So the real aim of focus mode is to enhance your document viewing experience by hiding all of the ribbons and distractions on the screen and allow you just to concentrate on the content of your document. And you can see here that is pretty much literally all I have on this page. I have a plain black background and just my document. Now, of course, you can pull down those ribbons. If you move your mouse to the top of the screen, the ribbon will drop down again and you can make any selections that you need. But one thing that you'll notice is when you are in focus mode, if you go back to the view ribbon, you have an additional option that's been added, and that is background. So this will allow you to change the background that you're using when you're working in focus mode. And I will say these backgrounds did used to be a lot more interesting in older versions of Word. We used to have things like a wooden coffee table background, which was quite nice. Now we just have these solid fill colors, and you can go in and select whichever one is going to suit your eyes the best. So I'm going to choose dark grey. And really, that is the extent of focus mode. It just clears everything out the way, allowing you to focus on your document. Now, if you want to come out of focus mode, you can go back to your ribbon and just click the focus button once more. Or alternatively, if you press the escape key on your keyboard, that will take you out and back into print layout view. And then finally, we have the immersive reader. And the immersive reader is part of Word's learning tools, and the idea of it is to help with reading fluency and comprehension. Now, when we jump into here, you'll notice that a lot of these look fairly similar, as we had access to a lot of these options when we were working in read mode. So we can change our column width, and this changes the line length to improve focus and comprehension. We can change the page color, which can make text easy to scan with less eye strain. We can choose to focus in on a specific line, so I can say 1 line, 3 lines, 5 lines, and this is all dependent on where you're actually clicked on the page. We can increase the amount of space between words, characters, and lines with the text spacing option. We can show the breakdown between syllables to improve word recognition and pronunciation. And then, of course, we have that read aloud option again, which lets you hear your document as each word is highlighted. So some really useful tools within the immersive reader as well. So hopefully now you have a greater understanding of some of the tools available to you when it comes to reading and really focusing on the document at hand. That's it for this module. I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down into section 3 where we're taking a look at the different views that you can work in when using Word. And in this module, module 3, we're going to be taking a look at print layout and web layout views. Now I currently have a document open on the screen and I'm clicked on the View tab. And as we know from previous modules, we can switch between our different views in the first group here, the Views group. Now the first thing you'll probably notice is that the view that I have currently selected is highlighted in grey. And this is normally the default print layout view. And if you're following along with me and you're not currently in this view, I would ask you to switch to it now simply by clicking on the print layout command. Now the major benefit when it comes to print layout view is that you can basically see how your document is going to look if you were to print it. So it allows you to better judge things like the margins, the spacing that you have throughout your document, page breaks, section breaks, and lots of other visual elements. And if you see anything that looks a bit strange, then it allows you to adjust them accordingly. And even if this is a document that you don't necessarily intend to print, you'll probably find that working in print layout view is going to be most suitable for you the majority of the time. Now, one other thing you'll notice with print layout view, if I scroll down to where we move on to the second page, you'll see that we have a gap in between our pages. So it makes it really easy for me to see where one page ends and the next page begins. It's also showing me that bottom margin as well. Now, if you didn't want to have any space between these pages, you could jump into File Options. And in the Display area, this first option here, Page Display Options, we have Show White Space Between Pages in Print Layout View. And you can see the ScreenTips says, show the top and bottom margins, including the content of headers and footers. So if I was to untick this option and click on OK, what you'll now see is that I don't have any space between those pages and I'm not seeing the header or the footer. So this is sometimes a nice option if you are maybe just reading a really long document and you don't want to have to keep scrolling past a very large header or footer, you just want to read down the page, then that option can be quite useful. Now in this case I'm going to turn that back on because I do want to see where one page ends and the next page begins. Also remember that if you want to switch into print layout view, you can utilize the little buttons on that status bar next to the zoom slider. So now let's jump across into web layout view. So now we're looking at our document in a completely different way. You can see that this view, you don't have margins, spacing, page breaks, and other elements which you might find distracting or disruptive when you're reading your document. And basically, web layout view is designed to show you what your document is going to look like if you were to upload it to the internet and publish it as a web page. It gives you a much more compact version of your document, and you can see that we don't really have any page breaks, section breaks, line breaks, or anything that's distracting us from reading this document. It's also worth noting that you don't need to switch back into print layout view if you want to make any edits to your document. If you are working in web layout view, you can simply edit your document in this view as well. So that is pretty much all there is to print layout and web layout view. Hopefully that gives you a greater understanding of the difference between the two and helps you make better decisions when it comes to establishing which one is going to be the best option for whatever it is you're doing at the time. In the next module, we're going to explore the final two views that we haven't yet looked at, and that is outline and draft view. So please join me for that. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down in section 3 where we're currently looking at how you can work with views in Word. And in the previous modules we've taken a look at print layout and web layout view. And we've also seen some of the new modes like read mode, focus and immersive reader that really help you focus on the document at hand. In this module, we're going to finish up this section on views by taking a look at the final two views available in Word, and that is Outline and Draft View. So let's start out by switching into Draft View. Now, Draft View is a view that displays just the text in your document. So you won't see any margins or page breaks, and you also won't see any images or any other visual elements. It enables you to continuously scroll through your document without any interruption, and page breaks are marked with a very faint dotted line. Now, one of the things that I really like about Draft View is its ability to show you what styles you have applied to each line in your document. Now, in order to view the styles, you need to turn on the Draft pane. So let me just show you where you need to go in order to do that. I'm going to jump up to File, and we're going all the way down into our options. And we want to jump straight across to the advanced area. Now, if we scroll down, all the way down to this display section, you're looking for this option here. So where it says Style Area Pane Width in Draft and Outline Views. Now, if you have that set to 0 centimeters or 0, then you're not going to be able to see that style area pane. So all you need to do is change this to something like 2 centimeters. Click on OK, and now you can see down the left-hand side we have our style pane visible. Now, if this is a bit too narrow or a bit too wide, you can adjust it simply by dragging it in or out. But what you'll see now is that I can see every single style that I have applied to each line. So I can see that this top sentence here is a heading 1. We then have a paragraph of normal text. We then have a heading 2, so on and so forth. So the kind of situations where I would utilize this would be if I have a long document that I'm currently trying to add styles to. I find this view particularly useful when I'm doing that because I can see what I've applied, and it just makes it a lot easier for me to ensure that everything is consistent and I'm applying the correct styles to the correct lines. Once you've finished using that styles pane, you don't have to jump back into options to turn it off. You can just grab the edge once more and just drag it all the way over to the left-hand side and it will disappear. So that is Draft View. Let's now jump across into Outline View. Now, it's worth noting that you can turn on the Styles Area pane for Outline View as well. So let's jump up to File again, go into Options, back into Advanced, and I'm just going to turn that Styles Area pane back on again, like so. Now, Outline View is useful if you just want to view the headings and subheadings and text in your document without images or other visuals. And it's a really good view to work in if you need to do some reorganizing of your document. Now, you'll see that as soon as I switched into Outline View, this view comes with its own contextual ribbon. So if you have a look now, you'll see that I have a new ribbon to the left of the home ribbon called Outlining. And on this ribbon, I have some controls which allow me to adjust what I'm seeing in this particular view. What you'll also notice is next to my different headings, I have these collapsible and expandable buttons. So in this Outline Tools group, in this first section here, this is where I can change the level heading for a particular item. So currently, if I just take this first heading 1 as an example, I'm clicked in the heading 1. If I wanted to change that to a heading 2, I could say level 2, and you can see now that that has changed. And I have all of my different level headings in here that correspond to the heading levels. I also have demote and promote buttons, so I can click on promote to pull that back up to a heading 1. And then I have a specific button to promote to a heading 1 and a specific button to demote to body text. In the next group of outline tools, this is where I can specify which levels I want to show in my outline. So for example, if I'm only interested in seeing the level 2s, I can select that level, and now it collapses up anything that's body text or heading 3, 4, and I'm only seeing those heading 2s. If I say level 3, I'm also going to get thrown in there now anything that I have marked as a heading 3. I also have in this drop down an all levels, which is going to bring everything back again. If I want to turn off any text formatting, so maybe I have a lot of formatting in the document making it quite hard to read, I could untick the show text formatting box and it's just going to put that into normal text. And I also have a show first line only option, which is just going to show me the first line of any of my paragraphs. So if we take this one as an example, this first normal paragraph, if I say show first line only, I'm now only seeing the first line of that particular paragraph. So this view is a good view to work in if you have a reasonably large document that has lots of heading styles contained within it. Sometimes it's easier to jump into this view, collapse up everything that you don't need to make it easier for you to edit your document. And once you've finished working in outline view, you have a close outline view button just here. And that will take you back to print layout view and you can continue editing your document. So that is pretty much it on the subject of views. Hopefully you've got a good idea now as to what each view is, which will help you make a better decision when it comes to which view to work in for a particular task. That's it for this module, and that is it for this section. We have one exercise to do, and then we're going to move on into section 4, where we're going to be talking about working with tables. So please join me for that. Hello everyone, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We've made it down to exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to practice the skills we've learned in section 3 when it comes to working with views. Now, this is a reasonably straightforward exercise. So the first thing I want you to do is open the exercise 3 document from the exercises folder. I'd like you to switch the document into read mode and change the page color to sepia. Once you've done that, I'd like you to come back to editing the document. What I'd then like you to do is switch to outline view and turn on the styles pane. And I want you to make sure that you've set the styles pane to 2 inches. Now the final part of this exercise is optional. It's not content that we've covered in this particular section, but at this stage in a Word Advanced course, these are definitely skills you should know. So if you do want to practice your skills a little further in Word, the final part of this exercise is to replace all of these numbered items with the heading 3 style. Now, just a little tip on this, if you have the styles pane open, you're going to be able to see what styles are currently applied to these numbered items. And you can use that information to very quickly change all of those styles to a heading 3. Now, as I mentioned, that last part is completely optional, so see how you go with that. If you want to go through this exercise, you can pause the video now. If you'd like to see the answer to this exercise, then carry on watching this video. So let's take a look at the answer to this exercise. The first thing I asked you to do was to switch into read mode and change the page color to sepia. So I'm going to go up to the view ribbon and into my views group and switch to read mode. Now to change this background page color to sepia, all we need to do is jump up to view, go down to page color and select sepia. I then asked you to go back to editing the document. So again, we're going to go up to view and select edit document. I then asked you to switch into outline view, making sure that you can see the styles pane. Now currently I can't see my styles pane, so I need to go into the backstage and turn that on. So let's jump up to file and down to options. And we want to select advanced from this list. And we're going to scroll down until we get to the display section. And you can see here it says style area pane width in draft and outline views. And currently that's set to 0 centimeters. And what I've asked you to do is change this to 2 inches. So I'm going to go just above, change the measurement to inches, and then I'm going to type in 2 and click on OK. And now you'll see the styles pane in the left-hand margin. Now the optional part of this exercise was to replace all of these numbered items with a heading 3 style. And a little tip I gave you was that when you've got the styles pane showing, you can see which styles are applied to each paragraph. So I can see here that I have the list paragraph style applied to all of my numbered items. So a quick way of changing everything that's marked as a list paragraph to a heading 3 is to go to the home ribbon, jump into the advanced options for styles, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. I'm going to find the list paragraph style, which is towards the bottom here. Click the drop down, and I'm going to say select all 7 instances. So very quickly, that's going to select all items where list paragraph is the style. Now I have them all selected. I can simply jump up to my styles gallery and very quickly apply a heading 3. I'm going to close down my styles pane and switch my document back to print layout. And there we go. That was what I was looking for. I hope you got on okay with that. I will see you in the next section. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down into section 4, and in this section we're going to explore some of the more advanced features of working with tables in Word. Now, tables are an extremely useful feature and probably something that you utilize already when you're putting together a document. Tables help us organize our information into columns and rows, making the information a lot easier to read. Tables also have their own contextual ribbons where you can change the layout and apply formatting. And you can format tables to your heart's content so that they really stand out from your document or are in line with company branding guidelines. And in this first module, I want to start out by showing you how you can create your own table styles. Now, before we dive straight into that, we're going to do a little bit of a recap and create a table from some data that I have imported into this Word document. So essentially what I have here is some sales information, which originally existed in an Excel spreadsheet. And what I want to do is I want to put this information into this Word document and organize it in a nice table. So all I've really done to pull this across is I've opened up the Excel spreadsheet and I've copied and pasted it with no formatting into my Word document. So if you ever have this situation where you have a bunch of text on the screen and you want to put it into a table, there is a really nice feature in Word called Convert Text to Table, which allows you to do this simply and easily. Now with this data, you'll see in this first line here, this is basically my column headings. And then I have my data for those column headings underneath. But what you'll also see is that it's not quite lined up. Every single field is separated by a tab character. Now, how do I know that? Well, if we turn on our show hide markers, I can see these little arrows indicate that that is a tab separating each of the fields. And this is quite important for an accurate conversion. If you have some consistency with the character that's been used to separate each field, then Word should do a pretty good job at converting your text into a table. Whereas if you have a mixture of different things separating the fields, then you might find that you have to do a little bit of rearranging after you've done the conversion. But our data looks pretty good, so I'm going to turn off my show hide markers and we're going to convert this text to a table. So all I need to do is highlight everything. I'm going to jump up to the insert ribbon and click the lower half of that table drop down. And I'm looking for this option here, Convert Text to Table. And essentially what it does is it looks at my data, it looks at where I have those tab spaces, and it tries to work out how many columns and rows I'm going to need. So it's worked out that I need 7 columns, so that would be right, country, product, units sold, manufacturing price, sale price, and gross sales. And it's worked out that I also need 18 rows. I'm going to say create me a table with fixed column widths, so all of my columns are even. And at the bottom here, I tell it that my text is separated with tab characters. I'm going to click on OK. And let's see how it's done. Well, not too bad. It's guessed that I've got more columns than I actually have. So I'm simply going to come into here, highlight the column that I no longer need. And on my Table Tools layout ribbon, in my rows and columns group, I'm going to select Delete Column. So now that I've deleted that column, it's left me quite a lot of space. The table doesn't automatically resize to accommodate that blank space. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to auto fit this table by selecting the entire table up to the layout ribbon, and we have some auto fit options. So auto fit to contents will basically modify the table so that each column is as wide as the widest item in the table. I can auto fit to the window, which will expand the table so that it's flush on either side with the left and right margin, or I can choose a fixed column width so all of my columns are exactly the same size. Now in this case, I want to auto fit to window. And there we go, my table is now a lot more evenly spaced. And if I wanted to, I can go in and I can make some further adjustments simply by dragging these columns over. Now looking at my table and looking at this first column, I can see that this would probably fit a little bit better if I changed United Kingdom and United States of America to UK and USA respectively. So this is where I can utilize find and replace. So up to home, we're going to go all the way across to the editing group and we're going to select replace. And I'm going to say find United Kingdom and replace with UK. I'm going to replace all. And we're going to do the same, but we're going to find United States of America and replace that with USA and replace all. So there we go. With a few edits, my table is now looking a lot neater. So once we're at this stage, I'm probably going to want to jazz this table up a little bit and make it stand out by applying some kind of table style. And we have a whole host of table styles available on the Table Tools Design ribbon. And it's this large group in the middle. We have numerous different options, and it really depends how we want our table to look. So we have some plain table styles. You can see as I hover over, I'm getting that live preview in the document in the background. I have some grid table styles, so this is where we can start to apply some colors. These table styles will give our heading row a color. The next row will give the first column and the heading row a darker color. And there is a whole host of different table styles that you can apply if you scroll through the list. So let's just apply something fairly straightforward. I'm going to apply this Grid Table 4 Accent 5 style. Now it's worth noting that when you do apply a table style, because the table style might make certain words bigger or might make them bold, you might find that you'll need to come back into the table and just rejig some of the widths of these columns again to accommodate the newly formatted text. And also here, I'm not particularly interested in having my countries showing in bold, so I'm going to select them all, and utilizing my mini toolbar pop-up, I'm going to deselect bold. So reasonably quickly, I've been able to use Word's inbuilt table styles to very quickly format a table of data. Now that's all well and good, but what if you want to create your own table style, which maybe aligns more to your company or branding colors or house style? Well, you can definitely do that as well. You'll see right at the bottom, we have an option to create a new table style. And this is going to allow us to define how we want each element of the table formatted. It's then going to save it as a table style, which we can then reuse. So let's quickly create a new style and apply it to our table. So the first thing I need to do here is give my new style a name. So I'm going to call this Deb Table. The style type, well, I'm doing a table style, so I'm going to select table from that list. And then I can basically choose a style to base it on. And this is really like a starting point. So in here, we have lots and lots and lots of different table styles. And if I select one of them, you'll see in the preview window below what that looks like. So if you want to utilize one of these as your starting point, you can do that, and then you can format the various different elements. So I'm going to start with Table Grid Light. And now we can go in and format each of the individual elements of the table. So in the Apply Formatting To drop down, you can see we have whole table, header row, total row, first column, so on and so forth. So you just go through and select where you want to apply the formatting and then set the formatting properties. So I'm going to start out with the whole table. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the font for the entire table to this font just here. And I'm actually going to make it slightly smaller because that is quite a large font. And I'm happy with the font color and the borders. But what I am going to do is I'm going to center everything like so. I'm now going to go back up to my Apply Formatting To drop down, and I'm going to define how I want the header row to look. So I want my header row to be in bold. I want the background fill of the header row to be, let's do a dark green color. And I want the font to be white so it stands out. I'm going to go back up to my apply formatting 2, and I could do total row, first column, last column, but I'm going to say even banded rows. And I'm going to choose my fill color, which is going to be a lighter green color. And I could carry on going through applying formatting for each element of my table. Now I'm happy with the way that looks, so I'm going to leave it just there. But I have a final selection to make at the bottom here. I can choose to make this table style available only in this document or in new documents based on this template. Now, I'm not using any specific template for my document, so when you don't select a template, you're using the normal ... template. So pretty much most documents that you create are going to be based on the normal ... template. So if I was to select this option, new documents based on this template, pretty much every time I create a new blank document, my table style is going to be available. So I'm going to select this option and I'm going to say, OK. And what you'll see now is that in our table styles drop down, we have a new group at the top called custom, and this is where you'll find any table styles that you've created. And I can just click it to apply it to my table. Now I can see here once I've applied it that first column is again in bold. So what I want to do is jump back into my table style, modify it and remove bold for that first column. So up to table styles, right click your mouse and you have an option for modify table style. So now I'm going to say apply formatting to first column. And what you'll see here is that in this window, it doesn't actually show as being in bold. But if it's showing in bold in your table, then just toggle it so it appears to be on in your modify style box. Click on OK and you'll find the reverse happens. Now, a couple of other things I can also do in this right-click menu, I could set this table style as default. So whenever I create a table, it's going to utilize this style. I could also choose to apply the table style, but clear out all of the formatting, or apply and maintain formatting, which is basically just the same as clicking on the style. And of course, if I no longer need the table style, I have a delete table style option in here as well. So that is how you convert text to a table and also create and apply your own table styles. In the next module, we're going to delve a little bit more into formatting and we're going to talk about table breaks and repeat headings. So please join me for that. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down in section 4 where we're taking a look at some of the more advanced options when it comes to working with tables in documents. And in the previous module, we took a look at how you can convert text to a table and then create your own table style. Now in this module, we're going to delve a little bit more into table properties, and I'm going to show you how you can split a table and also how you can repeat table headings. So in this document, I have a similar table to in the last module, but this one contains a lot more information. You'll see that this table runs across 3 pages. Now there's something very important to note when it comes to dealing with a larger table like this. So I'm going to select the table and I'm going to right click and jump into table properties. Now there's an option in here in the rows section that says allow rows to break across pages. And currently I have that ticked, and you'll probably find that you also have it ticked because it is the default setting. Now, when you have this option ticked, what that basically means is that if you have a row, for example, this bottom row of page 1, if this row contains a lot of information, the row will essentially break across both pages. So let me show you an example. I'm just going to make this row a little bit wider by adding in some returns. So now essentially what I have is this one row breaking across the pages, and that's being controlled by that little setting in table properties. So let's go back and select the entire table again. Now another way of selecting the entire table is to jump up to the layout ribbon, and in this first group click the drop down underneath select and choose select table. We can then jump into table properties using the properties button. And it takes us back to that same dialog box. So now if I was to untick Allow Rows to Break Across Pages and click on OK, what you'll see now with this final row is that it will shift the entire row down onto the next page. So I no longer have a row splitting across 2 pages. So that's a really important point to note when you're dealing with tables that run across multiple pages. Now I'm going to Control Z to undo and put that row back on that first page. Now another thing you can do when it comes to a very large table is that you can actually split that table up. So if I decided that I wanted to split this table into 2, all I need to do is select the row where I want it to split, jump up to the Table Tools Layout ribbon, and then in the Merge group I have a Split Table option. And you'll see it splits where I was clicked. And what it's also done there, because this is now a new table, it's automatically applied my table style and made the first row a heading row. Now I don't actually want it to look like that. So what I'm going to do here to fix that is I'm going to jump up and select the entire table again. I'm going to go across to the Design ribbon, and in the Table Style options, I'm going to untick Header Row. And that will remove that header formatting. So now essentially I have 2 tables in my document, this first one, which is a fairly small table, and then this second one, which spreads across the rest of the pages. Now another little cool trick here that's worth knowing is that if you put a table into a blank document, it's going to insert right at the top of the page, which means that if I then want to go in and maybe add a title to the top of this document, I can't click. There's nowhere for me to click my cursor in order to add the title. Now you could get around this by copying and pasting the table further down the page, but there is a much easier trick to get a blank line above any table that's inserted at the top of the document. Make sure that your mouse is clicked in the first table cell, so just before where it says country, and then if you press Ctrl-Shift-Enter, that is going to put a blank line above the table for you. And now I can add in my title. Like so, and I might want to give this some formatting. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, like so. So now I've got this table split into 2. What if I want to do the reverse of that? What if I decide that I now no longer want them split and I want to re-merge them together? Well, again, there is a cool little keyboard shortcut that can do this for you very simply. So the first thing you need to do is once again select the bottom table. And then to merge it with the top table, if you do Alt, Shift, Up arrow, it's as simple as that. Now the final thing I want to show you with this table is how you can repeat the header row across multiple pages. So in order to demonstrate this a little bit clearer, I'm going to change the way that I'm viewing my document. So I'm up in the View ribbon. I'm going to go to the Zoom group and I'm going to say that I want to view my document as multiple pages. So this is going to put my 3 pages side by side, and this makes it a lot clearer to see. So you can see that on page 1, I have my column headings there. So country, product, units sold, so on and so forth. But those currently don't repeat across the other pages. And sometimes it can be a bit confusing if you're looking at data where you can't actually see those column headings to know what information you're looking at. So there is a very simple way to get those column headings to repeat across all of your pages. Now I'm going to go back to zooming into 100%. So I'm going to select the row that I want to repeat. So in this case, this is the header row. I'm going to right click my mouse and go into Table Properties. And the option that you need to select is this one just here, Repeat as Header Row at the top of each page. So let's put a tick in the box, click on OK, and now if we look down, I can see that I have those header rows repeated across all of the pages. So it's as simple as that. Now that option will repeat whichever row that you have selected, so that doesn't necessarily have to be the header row. If you have a different row within your table that you want to repeat at the top of each page, then all you would need to do is select it and run through the same process again. And that is pretty much it for this module. We've explored how we can split up a table and how we can join it back together again, how we can add a blank row above a table, and also how we can get those header rows to repeat across multiple pages. I hope you found that useful. I will see you in the next module. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down in section 4 where we're looking at working with tables in Word documents. And so far we've seen quite a few really useful tips and tricks when it comes to manipulating tables. In this module I want to talk to you a little bit about how you can work with formulas to do calculations with table data. Now formulas are more commonly associated with Excel, but you do have a selection of formulas that you can also utilize in Word. And the good news is the functions and the formulas should look very familiar if you are an Excel user, because they are pretty much exactly the same. So to add up numbers, we use the sum function. To find the minimum value, we use min, the maximum value, max, so on and so forth. However, there is a slight difference when it comes to how you select the data that you want to perform the calculation on. So in this module, I'm going to run through a few different ways that you can utilize formulas. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a totals row to the bottom of this table. So I'm going to press Control End to jump me all the way to the bottom of my table, and I'm going to quickly add a new row. Now there's numerous different ways that you can add rows into tables, but by far the quickest way is just to click your mouse just outside the last row of the table on the right hand side and then press your Enter key, and that's going to give you a brand new row. So I'm going to add a total row in, and I'm going to format this very slightly. So I'm going to make it stand out by applying some bold font, and I'm also going to give this a top border to separate it from the rest of the data. So I'm going to go into my borders group on the Table Tools Design ribbon. I'm going to select the width that I want the border. So I'm going to say 1.5 points. And I'm going to choose the pen color. We're going to have this as a dark green. And then the border that I'm going to add is just going to be a top border, like so. So now we have a real separation between our table data and our total row. Now in the last two columns of my table, I have sale price and gross sales. And it might be that I want to perform some calculations on these two columns. So let's start with the sales price. I'm going to click in that last row in that column. And we're going to add in a formula first of all that's basically just going to add up everything in this sales price column. So if we jump up to the Table Tools Layout ribbon, in that final group on the end, the data group, we have an option to add a formula. So let's click it. So this is our little formulas dialog box, and you can see that Word has made a guess as to what I might want to do with these numbers. And it's input the formula into the formula field for me. So it's doing a simple sum calculation, but instead of selecting cells like you would in Excel, it's got the word above, which basically means it's going to sum all of the numeric values above where I'm clicked, which is essentially the entire column. And it probably won't surprise you to know that if we had our table laid out in a slightly different way, I could utilize the word below to sum everything below. I can say sum everything to the left, or sum everything to the right. I can even combine two and say sum everything to the right and to the left. So you can use these directional words in order to essentially select the range that you want to sum. Now I'm going to stick with above in this case. I can then choose what I want my number format to be. So if I look at my number format in this column, I can see that I have 2 decimal places. So the number format I'm going to want to use is going to be this one just here that has those 2 decimal places. Now the paste function box at the bottom, this essentially shows you all of the functions that are available for you to use in a formula in a Word table. And we're going to look at a couple of these other ones in a moment, but for the time being, I'm happy with my sum calculation. I'm going to click on OK, and there we go. Now, unlike Excel, we don't have an autofill, so we can't essentially drag this formula across in order to total the gross sales column as well. So there's a couple of ways that we can get around this. We can either click in the gross sales column and repeat what we've just done by adding in the formula. Alternatively, I could copy the formula, Control C, and do a Control V to paste it in. Now you'll notice that it hasn't updated, but if I click and then right click and select Update Field, that will refresh it and give me my new total. So that's a quick little workaround. Now let's go back to this field, and I'm just going to delete out that value, and let's add in another formula. Now another way that you can do this is, instead of using the words above, below, left and right to essentially make your selections, you can almost do cell references with word tables. Now this isn't quite as intuitive as something like Excel, but let me show you how you can do it. So I'm going to cancel out of here for one moment and scroll to the top of this last page. Now the way that you can utilize cell references is basically to count the number of columns in your table. So essentially in Word, the first column is column A, second column B, C, D, E and F. So that is the first part of my cell reference. I then need to tell Word which row I want to utilize. Now the problem here occurs because, unlike Excel, the rows in our table are not numbered. And that might be fine if you have quite a small table, you can just count down. But in my table, I have a lot of rows. So how can I find out what my row numbers are? Well, unfortunately, there isn't a great way to do this. You either do have to count down, or for example, if I want to see how many rows I have in this table, what I can do is select the entire table, right-click my mouse and jump into Table Properties, and you'll see when we click on that Row tab, it says rows 1 to 124. So I know that I have 124 rows in my table. So if I was adding up something towards the end of this table, that's probably going to help me work out which row number I need. As I said, not particularly intuitive, but I'm just trying to show you some ways that you could possibly think about doing this. So just as an example, I know I've got 124 rows. Let's add up row 123 and 124 of the sale price column. So the sale price column is A, B, C, D, is column E. So I'm going to jump up into my formula, and this time I'm going to replace the word above, and we're going to sum row 122 and 123 because 124 is the actual totals row. So that's going to be E122, comma, E123. We're going to choose our number format, which is decimal places. Click on OK, and it's given me the answer of $22, which I can see very clearly is the sum of both of these numbers. Now I'm going to delete this out again, and let's jump back up to our formula button. Now, as I mentioned earlier, you have a whole host of different functions that you can utilize in Word tables. So for example, I could count the number of items I have in this particular column. So what I can do is delete out the current formula, being careful to leave the equals sign there, and choose a different function that I want to use. So this time I'm going to utilize count, and I'm just going to say count everything above, click on OK, and you see it's given me $122. I'm probably going to want to go in there and just change that number formatting to just a plain number, like so. And just to show you one final example of a slightly more complicated formula, we're going to jump back into our formula button. We're going to remove what we have in there, and this time we're going to do an if calculation. So I'm going to select if. Now, if you don't know what if is, if you're not an Excel user, if basically does a logical test, and it will give you one of two answers. For example, if you have some students that have all taken a test, you might want to say if student A receives a mark of greater than 70%, then he gets an A. So that is a logical test with an outcome. I'm just going to utilize this to show you very quickly how you can do an if calculation in your Word table. So let's do something pretty basic here. I'm going to say if the sum of, and let's use those cell references again, E122 and E123, if that is greater than 20, then I want you to put 20 in the cell. If it's not, I want you to put a 0. Now again, if you're not used to Excel formulas, then this will probably seem a little bit strange, a little bit complicated, but let's just read through this formula again. So we're saying if the sum, so the total of E122 and E123 is greater than 20, then I want the number 20 to appear in the cell. If it's not, then I want a 0 to appear in the cell. Now these are the two cells that we added up previously, so I know the result is going to be 21, which essentially is greater than 20. So what I'm expecting to see when I click OK here is the number 20 in this cell. And I'm going to make sure I have my number format set to an integer. And I'm going to say OK. And there we go. So a few different examples there of utilizing formulas in your Word tables. I hope you enjoyed that, and I will see you in the next module. Hello everyone, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We've made it all the way down to exercise 4, and in the preceding section we've been talking about working with tables. And in this exercise, we're going to get a chance to practice all of those skills that we've learnt. So on the screen here, I have my finished document. So this is what we're working towards. This is what I want you to replicate in this exercise. So what I have on the screen here are two different tables. I can see that they have some table formatting applied, and I can also see that each of the tables has a totals row. So when you're working through this exercise, if you need a reference point as to what I'm after, I want you to essentially recreate this. So let's see what we need to do. So this is our starting document. It's exercise 4 in the exercises folder. And what I currently have here is one long table. It has about 30 or so employee names. It has their department. Then we have a blank column, and then we have their salary. So the first part of this exercise, I want you to remove the blank column from the table and then auto fit the table to the window. Once you've done that, I want you to split up this table. So you'll see that the first half of this table contains employees in the finance department, and the second part of the table contains employees in the sales department. So essentially, I want all of the finance employees in one table and all of the sales employees in another table. So I want you to split this table into two separate tables. Once you've done that, I want you to make sure that the second table has a heading row the same as this row that I currently have highlighted. And then once you've done that, I'd like you to apply a table style to both tables. And if you want to go a little bit more advanced with this, I would encourage you to create your own table style. And then finally, I want you to add a totals row at the bottom of each table and add a formula into the salary column that's going to calculate the total of all staff salaries. So quite a few tasks for you to practice there. As always, pause this video as needed, but if you'd like to see my answer, carry on watching this video. So let's take a look at the answer. The first thing I asked you to do in this exercise was remove the blank column from the table. So I'm going to select my column, right click, and I'm going to say delete columns. I then asked you to auto fit the table to the window. So I need to select the entire table, go up to my Table Tools layout ribbon, and in the middle here, I have an auto fit option, and I want to say auto fit to window to resize that table. I then asked you to split this table into finance and sales employees. So I'm going to go down until I find the first sales employee, and I'm just going to select that entire row. I'm going to jump back up to my Table Tools layout ribbon, and in the merge group, I have my split table option. So I now essentially have two separate tables. Now my second table currently doesn't have a header row, so I'd like you to add one of those. So again, we're going to right click, go to Insert and say Insert Rows Above, and then I'm just going to add in those column headings. I then asked you to apply a table style of your choosing to both of these tables. And the advanced option here was to create your own table style. So I'm going to select my first table up to the Table Tools Design ribbon. And if I was creating my own table style, I would need to click the drop down in the Table Styles gallery and select New Table Style at the bottom. And at this point, I could give my style a name and then set the options for my table. The simpler option for this would be just to select a table style from the drop down gallery. So I'm going to choose my custom table style and I'm going to apply this to both of my tables. And the final thing I asked you to do was to add a totals row to the bottom of both tables and use a formula to calculate the total salaries for each department. So let's first add in our new row. I'm just going to click at the end of the table and hit enter to add in that row. I'm going to type in total, tab across to that final row, and then I'm going to go up to the layout ribbon and insert a formula. Now the formula that I've got in here, the default is correct. It's just going to sum everything that's above. And I'm going to choose a number format. I want the dollar currency sign and 2 decimal places after, and click on OK. I'm going to do exactly the same for the second table. Hit enter, type in total, tab, click on formula, select my number format and click on OK. And there we go. If you got something that looked like this, then you are doing pretty good so far. That's the end of this exercise. I will see you in the next section. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We've made it down to section 5 and in this section we're going to explore the wonderful visual world of graphics and pictures. Now, whilst content is king when it comes to Word documents, it's also extremely important to think about how your documents look and make them engaging for your reader by utilizing pictures, text effects, icons, and graphics. And in this first module, we're going to take a look at how you can add interest to text by utilizing WordArt. So in this document in front of me, I just have a circle shape with a nice image in the middle. And this might be some kind of logo for a travel company, or maybe some kind of image that I want to use in the heading of a newsletter. What I want to do here is I want to add in some nice text onto this picture. And I'm sure we're all aware of the numerous font formatting options that we have available in Word. You can find them all on the home ribbon in the font group. Now, I don't want to actually concentrate on those. I just want to show you a different type of formatting that you can apply to any text. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually insert a text box because I want to be able to move this piece of text over the top of my image. So I'm going to click on the Insert tab. And over in the text group, our first option here is text box. And you'll see that we have quite a few pre-formatted text boxes that we can insert into our Word document. So it really depends what you want your text box to look like. Now I just want a simple text box, so I'm going to select this first option just here. Now this simple text box just has default formatting, and you can see that I get some test text within a nice little text box which I can pick up, drag and drop wherever I want to on the page. And of course I can edit this text. So I'm going to add in the name of this travel company, which is Go Explore Travel. Now currently my text looks a little bit dull, but as we all know, we have many options available to us on the home ribbon in the font formatting group. But what I want to go through in this module is I want to introduce you to some of the WordArt options. So let's jump across to the Insert tab. And again, over in this text group, you can see that we have a drop down for WordArt. Now, all WordArt is a quick way of applying different types of formatting to a piece of selected text. Now, the WordArt gallery is reasonably limited, but I like to see these as more of a starting point because every element or every property of the WordArt can also be customized. So I'm going to go in and let's just select this second one here, fill blue accent color 1 with a shadow. And there we go. You can see I get another text box, which is showing me my newly formatted WordArt. So I can then drag and drop that and place that wherever I like. Now, as I mentioned before, once you have added some WordArt into your document, you can then jump up to the Format tab and you have this WordArt Styles group. If we click the drop down in the gallery, you can change your text to any one of the options that you see available here. And as I hover over each one, I get this kind of live preview so I can see what that's going to look like when applied to my text. Now, it might be that I want to change this to Gradient Fill Gold Accent Color 4. So let's do that. And my text has changed. I also have other options in here to customize this further. So if I quite liked the style, but I didn't particularly like the font color, I can go in and I can change the fill color. I also have some gradient fill options down here, which I can choose from. So if I was to change this to a green color and then go back up and say gradient, I have different variations of a green gradient. Now I'm actually going to change this back to blue. And you can see I still have a yellow outline. So again, if I wanted to, I can jump up to my WordArt Styles group and change that text outline to something else. So let's just do a darker blue. And what I also have in here is the ability to add some text effects to my WordArt. So if we click on text effects, I can add a shadow, and you'll see that change in the live preview. I can add an inner shadow or a perspective shadow as well. We have lots of other options in here, so reflection can be quite a nice one. We have glow, which will put a nice glow around the selected text. We can make it a bevel texture, and I have to say, probably out of all of these, this is the one I use the least. And we have some 3D rotation options as well, so it really depends how you want your text to look. Something else that we also have is this transform utility. So this allows you to warp your text in various different ways. So if I just show you one of these follow path options, let's click this arch just here, you can see what that's done to this particular selected text. So I could then drag that down and into my logo. And when I click away, I can see that yes, that looks quite nice. Now, if I wanted to, I could also warp this a little bit more. So by utilizing this little orange handle, if I drag this down, you can see I'm drawing a path like so. And then if I decide that I don't want it inside the picture, I can move that to just above and I can make any editing changes to this piece of text that I need to using my WordArt Styles group. Now I'm going to drag this back down and just place it within my logo. And don't forget that whenever you see that little arrow in the bottom right hand corner of any group, if you click the arrow, it's going to take you into more formatting options for your selected item. So a lot of these are repeats of what we already have in this Word Styles group. So for example, I can add shadows from here. I can also add different types of reflection, but I have some additional options. So I could add a shadow and then I could do things like change the transparency, change the size, so on and so forth. So I have a little bit more control when it comes to the text effects that I'm adding. I can change my text fill and outline from here as well. So if I wanted to switch it to a gradient fill, I could definitely do that, and I can adjust my gradient options. So let's just click this end gradient stop, and I'm going to change that color to a darker blue. And I'm going to adjust these gradient stops, and you'll see as I do this, it adjusts it very slightly in my logo. I also have similar options for the text outline as well. So if I didn't want any outline, if I say no outline, it's going to get rid of that. Now, I don't like that because it kind of blends a bit too much into the background. I'm going to say solid line, but I'm going to take the width of that line down very slightly. So it's a little bit more subtle. And then finally, we have a text box option. And this is where I can choose my alignment position and also the text direction. So if I was to change this to something like rotate all text 90 degrees, you can see what we get there. It's a little bit of a mess because of the warp that I have on there. Now, one thing I'll say about WordArt is that some of the options that you have are not particularly useful when it comes to creating professional documents. Most of the time when I'm utilizing WordArt, I'm doing some kind of fun personal project. So maybe it's some kind of newsletter or an invitation to a party. So just bear that in mind when you're utilizing WordArt. That's it for this module. I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is still Deb and we are down in section 5 where we're taking a look at graphics and pictures. In this module I'm going to talk to you about filling shapes with pictures because this is a really nice effect and I get so many questions about exactly how to do this correctly. So I'm going to show you a couple of examples. Now what I have open on the screen here is a template for a newsletter. And this is just a template that's available in Word that I've modified to suit the travel industry. So this might be some kind of newsletter that goes out to all of our customer base every single month. And it gives them updates on what trips are upcoming and also some useful information. So this newsletter currently is made up of quite a large header. So everything you can see in the top half here that looks like it's slightly grayed out is actually the header. And if I double click right at the top of the page, it takes me into that header. And I can now go in and edit the individual elements. Now what I want to focus on here are these 3 pictures on the left-hand side. What I've done here is I've drawn a rounded rectangle shape and then I've filled it with a picture. Now I've seen people try to fill shapes with pictures many times, and I've seen people try all kinds of weird and wonderful things to get the picture to fit exactly inside the shape. So I'm going to show you a quick trick on how to make this really easy. So I'm going to close my header and footer and let's move down our newsletter. So what I've got here are 2 shapes essentially which we're going to fill with pictures. The first one is this shape that looks like a very large tab shape. And then we have a circle. And all I've done to get these is jump up to the insert ribbon, go into shapes, and I've selected the rectangle top corners rounded for this first shape. And then the second shape is simply an oval. Now one thing to note with this oval, and I'll just quickly click it and show you, if I just select that shape and start to draw, I get a very free-form oval shape. If I want it to be exactly a circle, what I need to do, and let me just select that again, is hold down the Shift key as I drag and it gives me a nice equal circle. So that is how I got this circle shape in my document. So what I want in here essentially is in this top rounded rectangle shape, I want to fill this with a picture of the featured trip, which is Rwanda. So what I've done is I've actually saved off a picture already that I want to use within this shape. So once you have your picture saved off, all you need to do to fill this shape very neatly is right click on the shape and jump into the Format Shape option. And you'll get this pane pop out on the right hand side, and under the Fill section you want to make sure you select Picture or Texture Fill. And what you'll see get filled in there first of all is the last picture that you utilized. So for me, that was the picture of Morocco that I used up in this header. Now don't worry about that too much, and also don't worry about the fact that it looks very stretched and distorted. We're going to fix that with the method that we use. So what I want to do now is I want to go down and I want to choose my picture source, which in this case is my local drives because that's where I have my picture saved off to. I'm going to select Insert, and I get a choice from a file, Online Pictures, or from Icons. So if you didn't have a picture saved off, you could jump into Online Pictures, and you could search for gorillas. And essentially this will do a search of the internet. Now you can go in and choose a picture that you want to add, but I will say something about inserting pictures into documents is that you need to be careful of the copyright on the picture. Always make sure that you have Creative Commons only ticked at the top because that will list pictures that you can utilize in your documents. I will say that even if you do check this box, it's always worth double checking exactly what the license is on a picture before you use it. If it's a picture that nobody's going to see apart from you, then you're probably okay to add pretty much any picture. But if this document's going to be shared or used in promotional material, then you really need to be careful of the copyright. And just on that note, if you are looking for free pictures that you can freely use in any of your documents or any of your PowerPoint presentations even, then I would suggest that you check out a couple of different websites. The first website that is amazing for free stock photos and videos is pexels.com. It has a very simple search interface. You just search for what you're looking for. So let's say gorillas, hit enter, and we have all of these pictures come up, and these are all free to download and use. So all you need to do is select the picture you want to use, and you have a free download button at the top. So this is a great website for images. Another website that's really good is unsplash.com. So this works in a similar way. Again, we just have that search bar, very simple, type in gorilla, and it's going to pull back all of the images that you can utilize. So a couple of really good resources there if you're looking for images. So I'm going to cancel out of here because I'm going to use a picture that I have saved off to my local PC. And the picture I'm using is actually from that Pexels website. So I'm going to say from a file, and I'm going to use this picture just here. Click on insert, and you can see it inserts it into the shape. Now again, look at how that image is distorted, and this is where people get a bit stuck. They manage to get to this stage and insert the picture, but then they see that the picture looks pixelated, blurry, distorted, and they don't really know how to fix that. Well, it's very simple. We just need to use our fill utility. So with the shape and the picture selected, I'm going to jump up to my Picture Tools Format ribbon. And the option we want to go to is in this end group here, the crop button. And I'm going to click the lower half. And what I want to say is I want to fill the picture in the shape. And it kind of looks like this. So what I can then do is, because I want to have the gorilla's face in this, I'm going to drag the picture down like so. And once I have it in the position that I want, I'm going to go back to my crop button and I'm going to say crop. And there we go. So now the image is no longer distorted. So I've got one picture in place in my newsletter and things are starting to look really nice. I have one more that I need to do, and that is this picture down here. So currently where I have this empty circle, you can see just above it says, speak to our Africa continent specialist, Ed O'Mara now. And what I want is a picture of Ed smiling and ready to take your call. Now, once again, I have a picture of Ed saved off to my PC. So I'm going to select my shape, right click and jump into Format Shape. And we're going to go through the same process. I'm going to say fill with a picture or texture fill. It's going to fill it with the last image I used, but we're just going to jump straight down into Picture Source. Say insert from a file, and there is Ed. Once again, our picture is distorted, so we're going to jump up to Picture Tools Format, go into our crop tool and select to fill the picture within the shape. And there we go. Now, if I wanted to make him a little bit bigger, I can drag the picture out or in. I can move it around and just get it in the position that I want it to be in. So let's move it just there, like so. I'm going to say crop and crop. And there we go, a perfectly cropped picture. Now I've removed that picture of Ed because I want to show you a slightly different way of doing this. Let's imagine that Ed has now left the company and has been replaced with a different Africa continent specialist. And her name is Claire Stone. So now I want her picture to be filled in this circle. Now another way that I could do this is if I had a picture of Claire Stone elsewhere in this document, I can utilize it to fill the shape as opposed to inserting it from a saved picture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump down to the second page and we're just going to insert a picture of Claire Stone. And there we go. So this might be elsewhere in the document. I want to take this picture and I want to use it to fill this shape. So what I could do is click on her picture and copy it, Control C. As soon as I copy it, that picture is now saved to the clipboard. So when I come to fill my shape, when I select it and go to my Format Shape pane and select Picture or Texture Fill, in my picture source, instead of choosing Insert, I can now choose the Clipboard option, and it's going to fill it with whatever I have collected on my clipboard last. Now that picture is pretty good, but I am going to go up to the Format ribbon and do my Crop and Fill, and just move her over very slightly. And maybe I will make this picture a little bit bigger so that she's closer in to the camera, like so, and click the Crop button. I can then safely go in and delete out this picture if I need to. So that is how you insert a shape, you fill it with a picture using the Insert method and also the Clipboard method. I hope you found that useful. I will see you in the next module. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down in section 5 where we've been exploring the options that we have when it comes to graphics and pictures in your documents. And in the previous module, we took a look at how you can fill shapes with pictures. Now in this module, I want to talk to you a little bit about file size when it comes to a document that contains multiple images. One thing you need to be careful of if you do have a document like this that has a lot of graphics in it or photos that you've added is that the file size can get really huge. So if we take a look at this particular document that I have open on the screen, which is our travel newsletter, I've got quite a lot of images in here. Now these ones at the top seem fairly small, so you might think, well, they're not going to take up too much space. This one's a bit larger, but all in all, but on the face of it, these images wouldn't seem to increase the file size by a great deal because they're not absolutely huge. However, let's jump in and take a look at what the file size is currently at. If we jump up to the File tab and go down to Info, in the Properties section, I can see the size of this particular document, and currently it's a whopping 43.6 meg. Now that is a pretty large file. And what you will notice is that if you do have a document which has quite a few pictures in it, you'll start to notice some lag. So when it comes to things like saving, it will take a little bit longer. If you have this document automatically uploading into OneDrive or cloud storage, you might find you get a delay as it does that. So what can we do about this if we want a nice document with lots of really high quality images in it? Well, there is something we can do to help keep that file size down. And that is an option in Word called Compress Images. So what you need to do is you need to click on any image in your document. So let's click on our image of the gorilla. I then get access to my Drawing Tools and Picture Tools tabs at the top. And again, I can utilize either of these. So I'm going to jump into Picture Tools. And in the Adjust group, you'll see you have an option to compress pictures. And as I hover over, it says compress pictures in the document to reduce its size. So if I click this option, I get two compression options at the top. I can choose to compress just the picture that I'm clicked on, which is what I currently have selected. Now the second option in here is a really important one, delete cropped areas of picture. If you're trying to reduce the file size of your document, it's a good idea to have this option ticked. Because if you don't, essentially what happens is that when you crop a picture, like we did with this gorilla picture, if you remember we went up to the crop tool, we filled and then we cropped. If you don't have this option selected, even though you can only see the cropped area, it means that the entire high definition picture is still floating around in the background of this document and adding to that file size. So always make sure that when you are cropping pictures that you select delete cropped areas of picture to keep that file size down. You then have some options with regards to the resolution of the pictures in your document. And of course, the higher the resolution, the more space that's going to take up, the bigger the file size. So sometimes it is a bit of a balancing act with regards to the quality of the original picture and trying to keep that file size as low as possible. Now, I always like to select this top option, which preserves the quality of the original picture. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to untick the apply only to this picture option, because I want to compress all of the images in this particular document. I'm going to click on OK. So let's go and take a look at what our file size is now. I'm going to go back up to File, into Info, and look at that. We're down to 15.3 megabytes. So quite a difference there. We've managed to shave off about 25 meg of file size. If I want to compress it even more, if I go back, I may decide that I don't need a super high quality. So I can click on a picture again, go up to Format and into Compress Pictures once more. I'm going to take the tick out of this top box and I'm going to utilize this print option. So it says excellent quality on most printers and screens. So I'm going to say print, which is a slightly lower resolution. Click on OK. I'm going to save my document. And let's take one more look. File, Info. And now we're down to 12 meg. So very quickly, we've managed to shave off a lot of that file size. And if you do that, you'll find that your document works more efficiently and you won't get that lag in as much. So just be aware of that, particularly if you have longer documents which contain lots of images. Make sure that you choose to delete the cropped areas and also compress all of the pictures to a quality that's suitable for you. That's it for this module. I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. In this section we are looking at graphics and pictures in documents. And in the previous module I showed you how you can reduce your file size by compressing all of the pictures in your document. In this module I want to move on to talking about reusable content. Now in Word you have the ability to essentially save off images and text and reuse them elsewhere in your documents. And this is a really good way of being a little bit more efficient. If there is a certain image or maybe a certain piece of text or quote that you use constantly throughout your documents, sometimes it's a bit tedious to keep having to type it over and over again or insert the same image. Instead, what you can do is utilize quick parts in Word, which essentially allows you to save off your content into an organizer and reuse it when you need it. So let's take a look at a couple of examples. So on the screen, I still have my travel newsletter open. And what I want to do is I want to take this picture of Claire and I want to reuse this in a different document. And maybe this is a picture that I have to reuse all the time. So when I'm sending out PR relating to the company, I like to show a list of all of my consultants with their picture. So maybe I find that I'm constantly inserting the same picture over and over again. And that isn't the most efficient way to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to save off Claire's picture to our building blocks organizer. So all we need to do is click on the picture and we're going to go up to the Insert tab and all the way across to this text group. And you'll see one of the options that we have is Quick Parts. And if I hover over, it says Insert Pre-Formatted Text, Auto Text, Document Properties and Fields anywhere in the document. To reuse content in your document, select it and save it to the Quick Part gallery. And that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to click the drop down. And one of the options that we have right at the bottom is Save Selection to Quick Part Gallery. So let's click that. And it allows us to create a new building block. So essentially I have to give this quick part a name. So I'm going to call this CS for Claire Stone. Now I could call this her entire name, but I'm keeping it fairly short because I want to show you an even quicker way of reinserting the content a bit later on in this module. So for now I'm going to call it CS. I can choose which gallery I want to save it into, and we have a whole host of different galleries in here. So this is really just a way of categorizing the content that you're saving off. Now I'm just going to save this to Quick Parts. The category is going to be general, but again, you could go in and create your own categories. So maybe I want one for images and click on OK. I can give this a description. Photo of consultant Claire Stone. I'm saving it into my building blocks template, and when I want to insert it, I'm going to choose to insert the content only. Now I have a couple of other options in here. I can choose to insert the content in its own paragraph or insert the content in its own page. So if I was to select this bottom option, for example, when I reinsert this image of Claire, it's going to give me a new page with just that image on. Now I don't want that, I just want to insert the content only, so it's only going to insert the image wherever I'm clicked. And I'm going to click on OK. So now I have that image saved off into my Quick Parts gallery. So what do I do if I want to reuse this piece of content? Well, let's jump across to a different document. So in this document, I have a page that's called Our Consultants, and I just have a table in this page. And in this table, I have a picture of two of our other consultants, and I want to add Claire Stone into the top just here. So instead of having to go and recreate the shape with the filled image, or maybe copy and paste the image from somewhere else, I can just insert it using my Quick Part. So I go up to Insert, across to Quick Parts, and you can see it there at the top, CS. And as I hover, it says Photo of Consultant Claire Stone. So all I need to do is select, and you can see it's put that piece of content in here. Now you'll also see that it hasn't inserted it where my mouse pointer was clicked. And that's related to the layout options of this picture. So when I click on it, you'll see this little icon pop out to the side, and this is where I can choose my layout options. And currently I can see that this one is set to in front of text. So what that basically means is that when I saved this image as a Quick Part in my previous document, this was the layout option I had set on that picture. And if I want to go back and double check that, by clicking on the image and clicking the little icon, I can see that yes, I have in front of text saved on this picture. So it's bringing across that layout option as well as the picture. Now, in front of text basically allows me to move this picture and drop it wherever I like on the page, so I can put it on top of text, on top of other images. So Word isn't really in control of where that image is placed. Hence why it's just put it basically down at the bottom of the page in this particular document. So all I need to do to get it to jump up to where I was clicked is just change that layout option to in line with text. And you'll see it will pop up to where my cursor was clicked. And if I want to reuse that in another document, I do exactly the same thing, just up to Quick Parts, and I can select it from my list. Now, if you have a lot of Quick Parts, you might find that this list starts to get very long. So another way that you can insert it, so let me just delete out Claire again, is if we go to Quick Parts, I can go to the Building Blocks Organizer. And this is where I'll find all of the different building blocks that I can add. And you can see that there are a lot of things in Word that by default are set up as building blocks. So things like templates are essentially building blocks. Headers and footers are building blocks. Page numbering is a building block. Now, if I'm looking for my particular building block, I know it's called CS. So what I might want to do here is order the names of my building blocks alphabetically to make it a bit easier to find. So I'm going to click on the name column heading, and now I can scroll through looking for my CS building block, which is just there. I can see in the preview window what that looks like, and I can insert it from here by clicking the Insert button. And once again, because of those layout options, I need to change this to inline with text to get that to pop back up. Now, an even quicker way that I can do this is, let's delete that out again. If I know what I've called my building block, so in this case CS, all I need to do to recall it is type in the name, so CS, and press the F3 key. And once again, you'll see it inserts it, and I'm going to pop that back up by changing the layout. Let's take a look at one more example of saving a piece of content. So in the previous example, we saved off an image, but you can also save off text. So at the bottom of this document, I have a line of text, and this is a quote from a magazine, highly experienced travel specialists that care about your trip as much as you do. And this is a quote I use often in any PR material that I send out about the company. So this might be something that I want to save off. So once again, I'm just going to select the piece of content that I want to save. I'm going to jump up to the Insert tab and across to Quick Parts. And I could do the same thing, save selection to Quick Part Gallery, and then choose which gallery I want to save it to. But if it's a piece of text, I could also save it to the Auto Text Gallery automatically. And all that does, it's basically the same window, but it just selects the gallery Auto Text, so it's a little bit quicker. And I'm going to give this a name. We're going to call it Outsider Quote. I'm going to create a new category. And I'm going to call this quotes. And my description, quote from Outsider magazine. I'm going to save this into my building blocks, and I'm going to choose Insert Content Only. And let's click on OK. So now if I jump across to my other document, and scroll up to the top, I'm going to put a little line in here, and we're going to pull through our quote. So once again, I can go into my Quick Parts option, and this time I can go to Auto Text and I'll see it listed there. So that's a quick way of inserting it. Also remember, I could type in Outsider Quote and press F3 in order to get that to insert. So this is what we call reusable content. And of course, if you want to manage any of your content, if you jump back down to your building blocks organizer, you can find your quick part. So let's find CS again. And I have an edit properties box, so I can go in, I can change the name, I can change where I've got it saved, the description, all of those kinds of things. So pretty much everything I can modify. And if I decide that I no longer want it, I also have a delete button down here as well. So I'm going to delete out CS, click on close, and it doesn't actually affect the image in the document, it just deletes the quick part, so it's not available for future use. So the final thing I might want to do on this page to make it look a little bit nicer is just remove the borders of this table. So let's quickly do that. I'm going to select the table, jump up to the Table Tools Design ribbon, and I'm going to go to Borders, and I'm going to say No Borders. And there we go, we have a very nice looking document. That's it for this module. I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down in section 5 where we're taking a look at how to jazz up our documents a little bit with graphics and pictures. And in this module, I'm going to introduce you to something that's reasonably new. When I say reasonably, it was released in Word 2013, and that is icons and 3D models. So let's start out with icons. So on the screen here, I am starting to design a brochure for a company called Bytech. And this company buys and sells laptops. And this first page is a very simple design. We just have a background image. We have some formatted text, and then I've drawn 3 circles, which are just shapes, and added text boxes inside them. What you also might notice is that I've changed the orientation of this page to landscape. And what I'm aiming to do here is I want to make this first page look a little bit more interesting by utilizing icons as opposed to the text that we currently have. Now you'll find your icons on the Insert ribbon. In the Illustrations group, you should see a little option there that says Insert an Icon. And the screen tip says insert an icon to visually communicate using symbols. And you'll see this a lot when you're looking at different websites, brochures, documents. These days, it's a lot more modern to utilize images, icons, vector graphics, as opposed to words. So let me show you how you can utilize icons to jazz up this first page of the brochure. Now I want to put an icon in each one of these 3 circles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this first circle, and what I can see immediately is that I've grouped these circles together. So when I was moving these into position and aligning them, I grouped them. So the first thing I want to do is I want to ungroup these objects. So I'm going to right click, go to group and select ungroup. Everything is now an individual object, so I'm going to click on the first circle. I'm going to go up to insert and click on the icons button. And what this will do is it will open up Word's icon gallery. And you'll see all of the icons that you have access to insert into your document arranged by category. And the categories are listed in alphabetical order, so you can jump to any particular category that you want. Alternatively, you can use the scroll bar on the right hand side just to have a browse through all of the different categories. Now there aren't thousands and thousands of icons in this gallery, but there are enough in there that you can usually find something that's appropriate for what you want to do. Alternatively, if you have an idea of what you want to insert, you do have a search bar at the top where you can search. So if I was searching for shopping, I can type in shop and it gives me all of the relevant icons. Click the cross to clear the search. Now this first icon I want to insert is going to represent the About Us section of this brochure. So when I'm thinking about us, I'm thinking about people, the people who work at this company. So I'm going to type in people into my search box and straight away it brings me back all of these options. Alternatively, I might want to type in something like us, and again I get a few different options. Now I quite like this icon. Pretty much represents the About Us section. So I'm going to select the icon and then click on Insert at the bottom. Now you'll see on my first page, I have the boundary. So this is where my icon actually is, but I can't see the icon because it's hidden underneath the background layer that I have. And you'll see we have that little layout options box once again. So here I want to change this from in line with text to in front of text, and that's going to pull that icon to the front. So I now have my icon, and the good thing about these icons is that you can edit them. So if you don't like the color, you can definitely change the color utilizing that graphics tool format ribbon. So what I might want to do here is change the color of this icon to white. So I'm going to jump up to Graphics Fill and select white from the palette. I also have outline options, so I could outline it in black or a different color. So maybe let's try a bright blue, something like that. And I can also resize it. So if I drag out and drag in again, it's a resizable graphic and it doesn't distort in any way. I'm going to drag it across and I'm going to place it in there. Now looking at it, I don't particularly like that blue outline, so I'm going to go up to outline and I'm going to say no outline. And to me that looks a little bit better. So now I have my graphic, I don't really need my text, so I'm going to go in and delete out my text box. And I'm going to make this graphic slightly bigger. And what I want to do now is align this graphic directly in the center of this circle. So for this we can use our alignment tools. I'm going to select the icon, hold down my Shift key and also select the shape. I'm going to jump up to my Format ribbon and in the Align group, I'm going to say Align Middle and also Align Center. And now I know that that graphic or that icon is dead in the center of that circle. Now let's do the same for the next one. This time I want an icon that represents shop. So up to Insert and into Icons, and I'm going to type in shop, and I think I'm going to use this little icon just here, the shopping basket, and insert, and once again we just need to change that layout to bring that to the front. Now this time I'm going to have a slightly different color. Let's go up to Graphics Fill, and I'm going to have a nice bright blue color, or aqua as it's called. Now I need to resize this, and really to keep things consistent, I want this to be the same size as the previous icon that I inserted. But it's a bit difficult to judge that when you're just dragging those resize handles. So one way that you can do this is if you click on the first icon and jump up to the Graphic Tools Format ribbon, in the last group it's going to show you the size of that current icon. So I can see it's 5.08 centimeters high and wide. So then what I can do is just click on the second icon and manually change it to match. So we want 5.08, and there we go. And I can now drag that down. I'm going to delete out this text box that says shop. I'm going to drag that over and I'm going to center it within the circle. So let's select the circle as well. Up to format, down to align middle, and align center. Like so. And then finally I want an icon to represent contact. So once again, insert, icons, and this time let's type in contact. Now I'm not too keen on those search results, so I'm going to try something else. So I'm going to type in phone, and let's just use this little image of a phone. Insert, I'm going to pull it to the front by bringing it in front of text, and I'm going to change the fill. And this time I'm going to go into more fill colors because I want this kind of pinky red color. I'm going to jump straight across to custom, and let's go over here. I'm going to drag that down a little bit, and yes, that is the kind of color that I want. Click on OK, close the layout options, and once again I want to make sure that this is exactly the same size as the other two icons. So I'm going to jump straight up to height and width, and once again change this to 5.08 and hit enter. Let's delete out our text box that says contact, drag our icon over, and once again I'm going to select by holding down Shift both the icon and the circle, up to format, into align center, and align middle. And there we go. So very quickly we've been able to add these really nice looking modern icons, which look so much slicker and cleaner than having text all over the screen. So icons are a great way to add a visual element to your documents. Let's now take a look at something a little bit different, and that is 3D models. So I'm going to scroll down onto page 2 of this brochure, and this is where we have our product page. And on the left-hand side, we just have a little text box that's showing us some information about the X Pro 5.0 HD laptop. And it might be quite nice to have a picture of the laptop that you can move around and see all the different elements that make up that laptop. And 3D models are exactly what they say on the tin. They're pictures that you can insert into your documents, but they have an interactive element. You can click on the picture, you can spin it around and get a 360 view of the picture. So let's see how they work. We're going to jump up to insert. And in the illustrations group, we have a 3D models option. I'm going to click the drop down, and I can choose to insert one from a file. So if I have some kind of 3D model saved off, I can do that. Alternatively, I'm going to select one from an online source. And this brings up your online 3D model gallery. And much like the icons, all of the models are categorized. So if you want to, you can have a little browse through. So if we click on animals, you can see all the different 3D models that we can insert. Alternatively, we do have a search bar at the top, which allows us to search for whatever it is that we're looking for. So I'm going to click the back arrow to come out of the animals category, and I'm looking for a picture of a laptop. So I'm going to type in laptop and hit enter. And here we go. I have a whole host of different laptop images. So I think I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to insert it into my page. Now, these 3D models are quite intensive when it comes to their size. So sometimes there is a little bit of a delay from when you select the model to when it actually inserts into your document. Now, mine was pretty quick, which was good. And I'm going to make sure that I have my layout options set to in front of text, which I do. And I'm actually going to drag this down and place it on this second page. Now I'm going to resize this again, so I'm going to drag it out like so. And when I say these models have an interactive element, I'm talking about this little round circle in the middle. If I click, I can literally drag the model around so I can see everything related to this particular picture. So if I'm trying to demonstrate a product and I want to show the different ports on the side, I can hold it at that angle. Or if I want people to see the front of it, I can do exactly that. Now these 3D models also have their own contextual ribbons. So if you click at the top on the Format ribbon, you can see we have lots of different options related to this 3D model. So I can rotate it by using different views, like so. And I can also change my 3D model, so I can go back in and select a different one from online sources. I can reset the 3D model. So if I've done lots of changes to this, if I've resized it, rotated it, and I just want to reset it back to how it was when I inserted it, I can choose to reset the 3D model or reset 3D model and size. And then I have all of the regular options that you'll find when it comes to inserting pictures. So things like bringing it to the front, sending it to the back, so sending it behind the background essentially, which I don't want to do. So I'm going to bring that to the front. And I can choose how I want my text to wrap around this particular object and also the position. But currently I'm pretty happy with how that looks. And I really like the fact that it is interactive, so people can come in and they can move around the product. So 3D models are another great way of adding visual elements into your documents. And if I jump up to View and choose multiple pages, I think you'll see that this document is really starting to stand out and look a lot more interesting than it was before we added in these images. That's it for this module. I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is still Deb and we are into section 5 where we've been looking at graphics and pictures in Word documents. In this module I want to introduce you to the concept of captions. And this module really leads into the next module where we're going to construct a table of figures. Because in order to construct a table of figures, then every image in our document needs to have a caption. Now what you'll see on the screen in front of you is I have a basic document here for a clothing company called Pink Moon. And throughout this document, I have some images or some figures, as we're going to call them in this module. So if I scroll down, you'll see that I have a little Excel chart. And if I scroll down a little bit further, I have essentially a table which is showing me the best-selling products. And the reason that we add captions to pictures is to essentially label them. A caption is just a numbered label that you can apply to any objects, equations, and tables within your document. And this makes your image easy to reference within your text as there is a label attached to the specific object. So in this module, I'm going to show you how you can caption your pictures in your Word document. So let's go back up to the top to our first image, and that is the image of the chart. Now this is an Excel chart, but I'm going to click on it. I'm going to jump up to the References tab, and right in the middle you see I have a group called Captions. And the first option we have there is Insert Caption. If I hover over, it says label your picture or object. Once you've added a caption, you can reference your object anywhere in your document by inserting a cross-reference. And that's another really important point as to why you might want to add captions to your objects. If later on in this document I reference this table, I can insert a cross-reference that's going to jump me back to this specific table. And we're going to talk more about cross-references later on in this course. But for now, let's insert our caption. So I have the Captions dialog window come up, and the first thing it's asking me for is the caption for this particular object. And it's automatically put in there for me, Figure 1. Now if I want that label to say something different, I can go down to my options underneath and I can choose equation, figure, or table. So it really depends what it is you're captioning. Now this is a chart, but I don't have a chart option. But what I could do is I could create a new label. call it Chart, and click on OK. So now it says Chart 1. I could also change the way it numbers as well. So by default, this is going to go Chart 1, Chart 2, Figure 1, Figure 2, so on and so forth. But if I wanted something different, I could click on Numbering, and I could choose a different way of numbering from the drop down. So if I select A, B, C and click on OK, it's now going to say Chart A. Now, I actually don't like that. I'm going to switch that back to 1, 2, 3 and click on OK. I can then choose the position for this particular caption. So at the moment, I'm going to have it appearing below the selected item, so below my chart. But of course, the other option I have in there is above the selected item. I'm going to keep mine on below. And if I really wanted to, I could also exclude the label from the caption. So if I don't want it to say Chart 1, then I could check this little checkbox and it will just get rid of that label. So now I've got my options set, I can type in a caption. Like so, and click on OK. And what you'll see now, if I scroll down, I now have that caption appearing below my chart. So let's scroll down the page and let's add some more captions to the rest of these images. I'm going to select my image, jump up to the References tab and Insert Caption. Now this isn't a chart, so I'm going to change my label to Figure. I'm still going to have it below. And this caption is going to say Flamenco Dress and click on OK. And let's just finish these off. Hopefully you're getting the idea now. I'm going to keep this one on Figure. And we're going to say biker jacket and OK. And then finally, insert caption, slogan T, and click on OK. So super simple to insert captions and essentially label all of the images in your document. And I would recommend that you do this, as it does give your document a lot more of a professional feel, like you've taken the time to really provide as much information as possible. So it's pretty much as simple as that. Now we're going to move on from this in the next module, where I'm going to show you how you can use these captions to create yourself a table of figures. So please join me in the next module for that. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. This is Deb and we are down in section 5, taking a look at how we can add pictures and images into our Word documents. And in the previous module, I walked you through how you can add captions or labels to the objects in your Word document. And following on from that, I'm now going to show you how you can use those captions and labels to create a table of figures. Now, if you're not sure what a table of figures is, it's basically what it says on the tin. It's a way of listing and organizing the figures, pictures, tables in your Word document by creating a table of figures that looks very much like a table of contents. So it basically lists out all of the figures that you have in the document, and you have the option of adding a page number as a clickable link so that it makes it super easy for you to navigate and jump to specific images in your document. Now, the only prerequisite for inserting a table of figures is pretty much what we've already done. You need to make sure you go through your document and add captions to all of the objects that you want to pull up into that table of figures. So we've already done that. We have our captions for our chart just here, and then we have our captions for our pictures a bit further down. So I'm at the stage now where I can create a table of figures. Now in general, you'll either put this table of figures at the beginning or right at the end of the document. In this example, I'm going to put mine at the beginning of the document. Now I always like to put a table of figures, a table of contents, indexes on their own separate page. Keep them separate from the rest of the content. So I'm going to click my mouse at the top of the document and just put a page break in here. And a quick way of adding in a page break is Control Enter. That's going to push my content down onto page 2 and give me a blank page at the top. And also what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in a little title that says Table of figures. And let's do a little bit of formatting. I'm going to change the font so it matches the document font. And I'm also going to make it a little bit bigger. And there we go. So let's enter in our table of figures. Up to the References tab, and in the Captions group, we have an Insert Table of Figures button. And the screen tip there says, add a list of captioned objects and their page numbers for quick reference. So, Insert Table of Figures. So the first thing you'll see on this Table of Figures tab is that on the left-hand side, I have a preview of what my table of figures is going to look like. And on the right-hand side, I have the same thing, but it's the web preview. And then, of course, I have some options underneath which are going to allow me to modify the look and feel of this table of figures. So currently, it's going to show my caption, then the dotted tab leader, and then the page number. So if I didn't want to show these page numbers, I can untick the Show Page Numbers box. And if I didn't want to right-align the page numbers, I could untick that and it moves them so that they're flush against the captions. Now I do want mine right aligned, so let's turn that back on. I then get to choose how I want my tab leader to look. So I've got dots selected, but I could choose to have no tab leader, a dashed line, or a solid line. And I'm going to stick with my dotted line. And then finally at the bottom, I have some general options which are going to allow me to customize the style of my table of figures. So if I click the drop down in the Formats area, I have a few different choices in here. So you'll see as I select each of these, the print preview is going to change. So that is classic format. Distinctive is slightly different. We have centered, formal, and finally, simple. Now I'm going to choose classic format, but you can see there classic format doesn't have a tab leader. Now I do want a tab leader, so I'm going to select the dotted tab leader. And then finally at the bottom here, we have the caption label. So this is where you specify what you want your table of figures to include. And when I click the drop down, you'll see we have those different caption label categories. So we have chart, which is the one that I created, equation, figure, and table. Now in my document, I have an Excel chart with the caption label of chart, and then I have 3 pictures with the caption label of figure. Now unfortunately, I can't select them all in one go and put them in my table of figures. I have to select what I want to insert first, so that would be the chart, click on OK, and it's going to pull through that chart caption. So now I need to essentially go in and create another table of figures to pull through the rest of the images. So up to Insert Table of Figures, I want to make sure I have my classic options selected and my tab leaders, and this time I want to select Figure as my caption label. Click on OK, and it pulls through those other figures. Now one thing you need to remember when it comes to a table of figures, and even with things like a table of contents, you're moving into the realm of working with fields. And fields are essentially placeholders that store and display data. So if I was to click on this first table of figures and right click, you'll see one of the options I get in here is toggle field codes. If I click that, it's going to show me the underlying code that's controlling this table of figures. So this is essentially how Word knows what to pull through into this table of figures. And when you become a more advanced user of Word, knowing how to manipulate these underlying field codes is really important because it allows you to essentially customize things like tables of contents, table of figures to your heart's content, utilizing these things here called switches. Now, I'm not going to delve too deep into this at the moment, but I just wanted you to be aware of exactly what's going on under the surface when you insert a table of figures. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to right click and toggle the field code to put that back again. Now, once you've entered in your table of figures, if you decide that you want to change anything about the style or maybe the tab leader, then you can simply select the table of figures again, right click and jump into Edit Field. Now the table of figures is considered to be a table of contents field, so you can see that it's highlighted in this long list of field codes. So in order to edit it, we're going to click on Table of Contents and it jumps us back to our Table of Figures window. And I can come in here and I can make my changes. So I'm going to make sure that I still have my classic format selected, but this time I want to have a solid fill tab leader. I'm going to make sure that it's picking up my chart captions and I'm going to click on OK. And Word is going to immediately ask me if I want to replace the selected table of figures. I'm going to say yes. And there we go. So I now have my updated table with my solid tab leader. So pretty simple to insert a table of figures and also make changes to it and then update. The final thing I want to show you in this module is how you update a table of figures when you add a new figure with a caption into your document. Now, if we scroll down to the bottom of this document, you'll see that I've actually added a new image. But currently, this one doesn't have a caption. So let's have a look at the whole process from start to finish. I'm going to click on my picture, up to References, and Insert Caption. I want the label to be Figure, and I want the position to be below selected item. And my caption is going to say, Wanderlust hat, and click on OK. So I've added my caption. I'm going to Control Home to jump up to my table of figures. And now all I need to do is select this bottom table, right click and say Update Field. And it's going to ask me if I want to update the page numbers only or update the entire table. The kind of scenario where I would only update the page numbers would be if I'd moved an item around. So for example, if I had moved the flamenco dress picture onto a different page, essentially I haven't added a new item, but the page number has changed. So in that instance, I could just update the page numbers only. However, in this scenario, I've actually added an entire new image with a new caption. So I'm going to want to update the entire table. Now, what I always say to people is, if in doubt, just update the whole thing. And it's also worth knowing that there is a useful keyboard shortcut for this, and that is the F9 key. Click on OK, and as you can see, it pulls through that figure. So that is it. That is how you create a table of figures in your Word document. I hope you enjoyed that. I will see you in the next module. Hello everyone and welcome back to this course on Word 2019 Advanced. We're down to exercise 5 now, and in this exercise we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in section 5 relating to pictures and graphics. And on the screen here I have a finished document, so this is what we're aiming for, and I essentially want you to recreate the different elements of this document. So let's take a look at the finished document first of all. So I've opened the exercise 5 file from the exercises folder, and you can see here we're back on our 7 facts about Henry VIII document. But I've made some changes to this document that I'd like you to recreate. So you can see here what I've done is, first of all, I've added a picture of Henry VIII to the top of this document. This picture has a caption and it also has square text wrapping. If we scroll down all the way through to page 3, what you'll see is that I've now filled each of the circles with a picture of one of Henry VIII's wives. I've given these pictures a caption and I've also moved them into a 2-column by 6-row table. Now, when you're filling these shapes with these pictures, I want you to make sure you're utilizing that crop and fill utility so that the pictures aren't distorted in any way. Another little tip is that it's helpful to set the text wrapping for each of these pictures to inline with text, as it makes it much easier to move them into the table. You'll also notice that I've given these pictures a caption as well, and everything in this table is aligned to the middle. And then finally, I have a table of figures which just tells me which page each of my figures is located on. So now we've seen what the finished document looks like, let's take a look at our starting point. So this is our starting point. You can see that we don't have any of these images added in. So we want our picture of Henry VIII to go at the top here with a caption. And remember what I said about the text wrapping. And then as we scroll down, you'll see that we just have these blue circles. I want you to fill each of these with the wives of Henry VIII, and all of these images are saved off into the exercise files folder. I want you to make sure they're not distorted by utilizing the crop and fill utility. I then want you to insert a 2-column by 6-row table, move all of these pictures into the table, and make sure that everything has captions. And then finally, I want you to add a table of figures to the bottom of this document. As always, pause this video where needed because there is quite a lot of information to remember. But if you want to see my answer, then continue with this video. So let's take a look at how I transformed this document. So the first thing I asked you to do was to add a picture of Henry VIII into the top of this document. So I'm just going to place my cursor on a blank line, jump up to Insert and into Pictures. All of the pictures are saved off in the Exercise Files folder, so I'm going to select good old Henry VIII and click on Insert. Now this is quite large, so I'm going to resize this picture down by holding down my Shift key and just dragging that in. And what I'm also going to do is I want this text to wrap around it, so I'm going to change my text wrapping options to square. I'm then going to move my picture of Henry VIII into position, like so. Now another thing I wanted you to do was to caption all of the pictures in the document. So I'm going to click on my picture of Henry VIII, up to References and click Insert Caption. My label is going to be Figure, and I'm just going to type in Henry VIII. I want it to appear below the picture. Click on OK, and there we go. So now let's move down to the wives of Henry VIII. And what I asked you to do was fill each of these circles with a picture of one of his wives. So I'm going to click on the first circle, right click and go down to Format Shape. I want to click on Fill with a Picture, and I'm going to select Insert. I have all of my pictures saved off, so I'm going to select from a file and click on the first one, Anne Boleyn. Now she looks like she's sized pretty good, but just to make sure there's no distortion, remember we have the crop and fill option. And we can then move that into the correct position. Once we're happy with it, click on crop, and we have a perfectly sized picture. Let's do the next one. Picture or texture fill, insert from a file. I'm going to select Anne of Cleves. And once again, I'm going to say fill and make sure that there's no distortion in that picture and click crop again. Let's do one more together and then I will do the rest off camera. So insert from a file, Catherine Howard this time. I can see she looks a little bit distorted there, so I want to go up to crop, down to fill, and adjust where necessary, and click on crop. Now I'm going to fill the other 3 pictures in exactly the same way, and I'll see you back in a moment. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert a 2-column by 6-row table. So let's jump up to Insert, down to Table, 2 columns, 6 rows. Now what I want to do is essentially move each one of these pictures into one row of this table. Now the easiest way of moving these pictures is to ensure that you have the text wrapping set to inline with text. So I'm going to quickly apply that to all of these pictures. Like so. So now, once we've done that, we can drag them into this table fairly easily. So let's click on the first picture, drag, drop, and you can see it kind of snaps into that table. Click, drag and drop, and we're going to do that for each of these pictures. Like so. Now what I want to do is make sure that everything in my table is centered. So I'm going to select my table, up to my Table Tools Layout ribbon, and in the Alignment group, I'm going to click on Align Center. So the final couple of things I've asked you to do in here is add captions to all of the pictures. So we already have a caption for Henry VIII. So let's go through and do captions for his wives. Click on the first one, up to References, and Insert Caption. This is figure 2 because Henry VIII is figure 1, and we can now type in our caption of Anne Boleyn. Let's do one more, up to Insert Caption, and this one is Anne of Cleves. Click on OK. Up to Caption, this one is Catherine Howard. Click on OK. Now I'm going to do exactly the same for the other 3, but I'm going to do it off camera just to make this a little bit quicker. And there we go. So now that I've done this, you'll see that it's actually moved this table down to the next page. So I'm going to put in a page break just here, Control Enter, just to keep everything together. So now I have all of my figures in my document. The last thing I want to do here is add in a table of figures. So let's do a page break, Control Enter to get onto the next page. And I'm going to type in Table of Figures. And let's format this. So on the Home ribbon, I'm going to say Heading 1 for my table of figures. So now all I need to do is insert my table of figures. So up to References, into the Captions group, and Insert Table of Figures. Now I don't mind how you insert it, but for this example, I'm going to choose the classic format. And I'm going to say that I want dotted tab leaders. Click on OK. And there we go, a lovely looking table of figures. So that is the kind of thing that I wanted you to end up with. And this whole exercise gives you a really good opportunity to practice all of those skills that we've learned in this section.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Sez IT.